Good evening, traveler. The day has carried you far enough. Let its noise remain behind for a while, beyond the room, beyond the walls, beyond even the distant places your thoughts may still be wandering through. Settle into whatever position feels most comfortable. Allow your shoulders to soften. Let your breathing find its own quiet rhythm. There is nowhere else you need to go tonight. And before we begin this slow journey, you may leave a gentle sign that you were here by liking the story, and subscribe if you would like to return to other forgotten worlds on future evenings. Now, let the present fade. Beyond the darkness of your room, another darkness is waiting. It lies beneath a sky untouched by electric light, over a river that has carried fields, temples, boats, prayers, grain, and human lives through countless generations. You are in ancient Egypt. The sun is descending over the western cliffs, and the Nile is preparing for night. All day, the river has held the brightness of the sky upon its moving surface. Now that brightness begins to gather into long bands of amber and deep red. The water is not blue, as it may appear in distant dreams of Egypt, but dark and heavy with suspended earth. Fine silt travels within it, carried northward by the current, giving the river the muted color of fertile mud. A broad wooden cargo vessel moves slowly downstream from the quays of Thebes. Behind it, the stone precincts along the eastern bank are beginning to lose their sharpness in the lowering light. Temple walls that had burned pale beneath the sun now take on softer colors. Their pylons stand above the riverbank like immense slopes of sandstone, while the shadows between their gateways deepen. The boat has traveled since first light. Its hull is broad and flat beneath the water, built to carry weight rather than speed. Wooden planks of acacia and sycamore meet edge to edge, held by joints, dowels, ropes, and the pressure of long cables stretched between bow and stern. Throughout the day, the vessel has flexed gently with the river, its timbers answering the current with low creaks. Grain fills much of the open hold. It rests in sacks and storage vessels, surrounded by a thin film of dust that has settled over the deck. The powder clings to bare feet, to coarse linen kilts, and to the grooves of weathered wood. In the last light, it appears almost golden. The northern wind has weakened. Earlier it moved steadily up the valley, pressing against the linen sail and whistling through the rigging. But a downstream journey depends more upon the river's current than upon that wind. For much of the afternoon, the sail has been reduced, while the crew has guided the vessel with oars and the heavy steering blade at the stern. Now the captain watches the banks. Commercial boats do not continue through the darkness. Once the sun is gone, sandbanks become invisible. Submerged rocks wait beneath the surface. Islands of newly deposited silt can appear where no island stood before. Even an experienced pilot cannot safely read the river when the water and sky have become one continuous blackness. The boat must be secured before night. Near the bow, a sailor lowers a long wooden pole into the water. The pole sinks through the current until its end touches the riverbed. He raises it, moves a few steps along the deck, and sounds the depth again. His calls are short and practical. The helmsman adjusts the great stern oar. The vessel begins to turn toward a quiet bend where the current slows beside a high mud bank. Along the shore, papyrus rises in dense green walls. Some stalks reach several times the height of a man. Their triangular stems bend beneath the evening wind, and their feathery crowns brush against one another with a dry, whispering sound. Lower reeds crowd the shallows, concealing frogs, insects, fish, and narrow channels of still water. The boat approaches carefully. The current presses against the hull with a low gurgle. Small waves slap against the acacia planks. The deck tilts almost imperceptibly as the vessel leaves the deeper central channel and enters the quieter water near the bank. A sailor stands ready with a coil of thick flax rope. During the dry heat of the day, the rope felt wary and abrasive in his hands. Now it has absorbed spray from the river. The fibers have swollen. They are heavier, darker, and slightly slick beneath his fingers. The bow touches the sloping mud. There is no violent impact, only a soft grinding sound as the hull settles against the bank. Men move quickly, but without alarm. A wooden stake is carried ashore and driven deep into the wet earth with a mallet. Each blow travels across the water as a hollow knock. Another line secures the stern. A narrow gangplank is lowered between deck and shore. The day's journey has ended. For a few moments the crew remains busy. They test the mooring ropes. They inspect the cargo lashings. One man crouches beside the hold and checks that the pointed storage jars remain wedged between the hull frames. Another uses a ceramic scoop to remove water that has gathered below the deck. Only when the vessel is stable does the strain begin to leave their bodies. All day they have bent over lines, leaned into oars, balanced along narrow gunwales, and adjusted their footing as the deck moved beneath them. Now their movements slow. A few sit on low benches with their knees raised. Another steps carefully onto the bank and presses his bare feet into the cooling mud. The earth is still warm beneath its surface. For hours, the sun has heated the exposed bank, the mud brick walls of nearby houses, and the wooden hull of the boat. That stored warmth is now being released into the evening air. Yet the temperature is already falling. The change is swift enough to be felt upon damp skin. Across the river, the western horizon burns with its final color. The light deepens from amber into red, and then from red into violet. Limestone cliffs hold the glow for a little longer than the fields below. Their upper edges remain bright, while their lower faces disappear into shadow. The Nile reflects the sky in broken strips. Every ripple divides the sunset into fragments. Red light trembles beside dark water. Gold spreads across the current, breaks apart, and gathers again farther downstream. No one aboard speaks for a while. There is only the quiet movement of preparation. A round ceramic brazier is brought to an open section of the deck. Cooking is never done while the vessel is underway. Fire among dry rope, linen sailcloth, reed baskets, and wooden planks is too dangerous. But now, with the boat firmly moored, a shallow bowl is filled with ash and dry fuel. Small acacia twigs are placed inside. A flame catches. At first it is weak and almost transparent in the remaining daylight. Then, as the sky darkens, the fire becomes clearer. Thin smoke rises from the brazier, carrying the sharp scent of burning wood over the water. Nearby, bread is taken from a coarse palm fiber basket. The loaves are made from emmer wheat. Their surfaces are rough, and fine-grained dust remains in their creases. Some are eaten cold. Others are held close to the coals until their outer edges warm. A cooking pot is set above the fire. Within it, dried fish softens in water with onions, garlic, salt, and cumin. The smell emerges slowly. It mingles with the river's heavy mineral scent, with damp papyrus, cooling mud, and the faint soreness of beer stored in sealed jars. The evening meal is simple. It is also the moment toward which the day has been moving. Bread passes from hand to hand. A jar is opened. Beer is poured into smaller bowls. It is thick, nourishing, and familiar, consumed not as a luxury, but as part of ordinary life. On the shore beyond the reeds, other fires are appearing. A small village occupies a raised strip of land above the floodplain. Its houses are built close together from sun-dried mud brick, their flat roofs and narrow alleys shaped by heat. Shade and the yearly rise of the river. Smoke rises from courtyards. Families are ending their own day. Farmers have returned from the fields. Children who spent the light tending geese or gathering fuel have come back to the houses. Bread, onions, vegetables, fish and beer are being placed before them. The smell of cooking drifts across the darkening bank. Wood smoke settles low over the river. Beneath it lies the warmer smell of livestock kept near the edge of the settlement. Cattle, goats, pigs and birds enclosed for the night. Voices reach the boat only as fragments, a brief laugh, a clay jar placed upon hard earth, the bark of a dog near a doorway. Then the sounds are carried away by the breeze. Farther along the bank, a narrow shrine stands beside a river landing. Its shape is modest compared with the immense temples of Thebes, but a small flame burns near its entrance. The light is warm and unsteady. In the larger temple precincts behind the boat, the evening service is ending. Sanctuary doors are closed and sealed. Priests who have washed and dressed in clean linen complete the final offerings and recitations of the day. Incense burns before the divine image. Fresh water has been poured. Food has been presented. The rituals maintain mat, the balance that allows river, sun, people, and gods to continue in their proper relationship. But from the boat, no explanation is heard. Only a faint sound crosses the water, the distant clatter of a bronze sistrum, a low drum beat, perhaps the soft breath of a flute almost lost beneath the reeds. Then even these sounds begin to fade. The sun touches the horizon, its lower edge disappears, and darkness rises from the fields as though the earth itself were exhaling shadow. The remaining birds call from above the marsh. Herons move toward their roosts. Geese settle noisily among the papyrus, beating their wings against the stalks before growing still. In the shallows, frogs begin their night chorus. At first there are only a few separate calls. Then the sound spreads along the banks, joining into a continuous rhythm that seems to belong to the river itself. Mosquitoes and midges hum above the wet ground. Insects gather near the small fire and around the first oil lamp placed upon the deck. Its terracotta dish holds a little castor or sesame oil. A flax wick burns at one side. The flame gives almost no light beyond the immediate space around it. It cannot illuminate the river or reveal the opposite bank. It only touches the hands nearest to it, the rim of a jar, the edge of a reed mat, and the weathered grain of the deck. Small insects circle too close. One meets the flame with a faint, brief sound. The lamp trembles when a breeze passes over the gunwale, and shadows move along the mast. The crew eats quietly. The urgency of the day is gone. No rowing cadence is needed. No one calls depths from the bow. The sail hangs furled against the yard, its lining gathered and tied. Heavy ropes lie in ordered coils across the deck. The great steering oar rests almost motionless at the stern. Only the current continues. It presses gently beneath the hull, always moving northward, even while the boat remains still. The river does not sleep when the people beside it do. It carries silt through darkness. It moves around sandbanks. It touches the roots of reeds and the walls of irrigation canals. It passes village landings, temple stairs, fishing camps, gardens, and silent fields. In time it will reach Abydos, but not tonight. Tonight the journey is narrowed to this single bend of the Nile, this moored boat, this fading fire, and the first cool breath of darkness settling across ancient Egypt. The final line of sunlight vanishes behind the western cliffs. Above the river, the sky begins to reveal its first stars, and beneath them the crew prepares to rest. The first stars do not appear all at once. They arrive patiently, as though the sky itself is remembering names that daylight had gently hidden. One quiet point of light settles above the eastern cliffs. Then another finds its place above the river. Before long, countless small fires seem to rest upon the dark vault overhead, each perfectly still, each reflected in the slow, moving Nile below, until the water itself appears to carry a second sky downstream. No one aboard the boat counts them. They have seen these stars since childhood. They do not need to search for them. They simply live beneath them, as naturally as the reeds grow beside the banks or the river finds its way toward the northern sea. The tiny oil lamp near the mast burns steadily now. Its trembling flame paints warm circles across the old timber planks. Every crack in the weathered acacia deck becomes visible for a moment before disappearing again into shadow. The lamp cannot compete with the darkness beyond the gunwale. It was never meant to. It exists only to accompany the hands nearest to it, to offer enough light for the final quiet tasks before sleep. One sailor kneels beside a coil of flax rope. The line had held the vessel against the current throughout the evening. He lifts it slowly, inspecting every twist with practiced fingers. Dew has already begun gathering along its braided fibers. The rope feels heavier than it did an hour before. He lays it back into careful circles upon the deck, so that dawn will find it ready, untangled, waiting for the journey to continue. Nearby, another man lowers a clay lid over the remaining bread. The basket is covered against insects that now drift lazily through the cool air. Around the lamp, tiny wings circle in widening loops. Every so often one brushes the flame with a soft hiss before disappearing into the darkness beyond. The smell of the evening meal lingers. Warm barley bread, garlic, a trace of cumin. The richer scent of fish slowly fades beneath the stronger perfume of the river itself. Damp silt rises from the muddy bank. Crushed papyrus releases its green, earthy fragrance. Cooling reeds breathe out the smell of still water that has rested among their roots since the afternoon. The Nile changes its voice after sunset. During daylight it speaks through oars, through commands shouted across decks, through sails snapping beneath the northern wind. But night asks the river to speak more quietly. Now there is only the soft rhythm of water touching wood, a gentle slap beneath the bow, a low swirling murmur where the current presses around the stern, the occasional hollow knock as the hull settles almost imperceptibly against the mooring lines. Farther along the bank, the village has nearly surrendered itself to sleep. The last conversations disappear behind mud brick walls. Oil lamps glow faintly through small, high windows before one after another they vanish, leaving only darkness beneath the silhouettes of date palms. dogs remain awake. Their distant barking travels farther through the cool air than it ever could beneath the heat of noon. Somewhere beyond the houses a donkey shifts its weight, its harness softly brushing against a wooden post before silence settles once again. The silence is never empty. It is woven from countless smaller sounds. The endless chorus of frogs hidden within irrigation channels, the whisper of reeds leaning together beneath the northerly breeze, the slow creaking of timber as the night's cold begins to tighten every plank of the vessel. Somewhere beyond the papyrus a fish breaks the surface. Only once. A single widening circle spreads across the water before the river smooths itself again. One of the younger sailors wraps an additional length of coarse linen around his shoulders. Only a few hours ago the same cloth had been damp with sweat beneath the afternoon sun. Now it traps precious warmth against cooling skin. The desert has begun releasing the heat it borrowed during the day. Every breath feels fresher than the last. The oldest member of the crew smiles quietly. He has watched this change more times than he could ever remember. In Egypt, warmth is generous while the sun is awake. Night asks people to become grateful for linen. Beyond the riverbank, acacia branches barely move against the stars. Waterfowl have tucked themselves deep within the papyrus. Their restless evening calls have faded. Only occasionally does the gentle flutter of wings reveal that they have not disappeared, only hidden themselves among the reeds where darkness feels safest. Life has not ended with daylight. It has merely exchanged places. As birds sleep, other creatures begin their own quiet journeys. Deep within one of the broad pools beyond the bend, the smooth surface bulges. For a long moment nothing follows. Then a great rounded back breaks the water. A hippopotamus rises almost without sound. Moonlight has not yet reached the pool, but the stars offer enough pale light to shape its enormous outline before it slips toward the muddy shore. There it will leave the safety of the river to graze upon fields that only hours before echoed with the footsteps of farmers. No one aboard the vessel rushes to watch. The crew knows these rhythms well. The fields belong to people during the day. The darkness belongs to other lives. Closer to the boat, insects continue their endless work. Mosquitoes drift above the damp bank. Dragonflies that had flashed like blue jewels in daylight have disappeared. Tiny beetles wander across the wooden rail before dropping into the shadows beneath the hull. The air grows cooler still. A faint silver mist begins gathering over the quiet backwaters beyond the reeds. It lies flat upon the surface, barely moving, as though the river has pulled a thin linen cloth across itself before sleeping. The stars above become brighter with every passing moment. There is no smoke from distant cities to soften them, no endless lamps upon roads, no towers shining against the horizon. Only the heavens themselves. High above the valley, Sal watches silently. Not far away, brilliant Sopdet glimmers with unusual clarity against the blackness. Their reflections stretch across the Nile in broken ribbons that tremble each time the current brushes against the anchored hull. The sailors do not raise their voices. Even whispers seem unnecessary. One man quietly unfolds his woven papyrus mat across the deck. The reeds from which it was made still carry a faint dry sweetness despite years of use. The edges have become smooth beneath countless nights of travel. He places a carved wooden headrest at one end, its curved shape ready to support his neck, while allowing cool air to pass beneath his head. Another man follows. Soon the deck begins to resemble a small village of sleeping places. Each mat lies beside another. Each headdress faces the same quiet sky. Personal belongings are few. A spare linen kilt folded carefully. A small amulet hanging from a cord. A sharpening stone wrapped in cloth. Nothing more is needed for the night. The scribe remains awake a little longer. Near the lamp rests a rolled papyrus scroll and his wooden palette holding cakes of black and red ink beside several sharpened reed pens. Earlier they recorded cargo, provisions, and measures of grain. Now both palette and scroll are placed safely inside a chest before moisture from the night air can reach them. Even written words must sleep before dew arrives. The captain makes one final walk along the deck. His bare feet know every plank. He pauses beside the stern to rest a hand upon the great steering oar. It stands motionless now, yet tomorrow it will once again guide the heavy vessel through bends, shoals, and shifting currents. He touches the nearest mooring line, still firm. He glances toward the bank. The wooden stakes remain deeply buried within the wet earth. Satisfied, he lowers himself onto his own mat without ceremony. There is no difference now between captain and sailor. The river asks the same stillness from every traveler. Above them, the stars continue their silent procession. Below them, unseen beneath the hull, the Nile continues its endless one. Neither asks permission. Neither ever truly stops. Perhaps that is why those who live beside this river rarely speak of beginnings or endings. Morning never defeats the night. Night never defeats the morning. Each quietly makes room for the other, just as floodwater leaves behind fertile earth before withdrawing once again. Time here is less like a road than a river. It moves forward by returning, the same breeze, the same banks, the same constellations, the same wooden boats, never identical, always familiar. Far away, almost too distant to hear, a bronze sistrum sounds once from the direction of a riverside temple. One clear metallic note drifts across the dark water before disappearing into the immense quiet surrounding it. The crew does not stir. Their breathing has already begun to slow together with the rhythm of the river. The lamp burns lower. Its flame grows smaller, steadier, almost perfectly still. Beyond its warm circle of light, the Nile becomes an ocean of shadow, carrying unseen reflections toward places that will awaken long before this boat casts off once again. Nothing asks the night to hurry. The lamp continues its quiet work until the oil grows thin. Its small flame bends gently whenever the northerly breeze slips between the rigging, then straightens again as though breathing with the sleeping men around it. Above, the stars continue their slow passage across the heavens. Their movement is too patient for waking eyes to notice, yet the hours reveal themselves little by little. A bright point that had rested above the eastern cliffs now hangs higher over the river. Another has drifted toward the western darkness. The sky changes without ever seeming to change. The boat answers with equal stillness. Its broad hull rises almost imperceptibly beneath the pressure of the current. Every few moments the mooring ropes tighten, then relax again. The thick flax fibers groan softly against the wooden stakes buried deep within the damp bank. The sound is neither loud nor startling. It becomes part of the river's breathing. Dew settles everywhere. It gathers first along the upper surfaces of the steering oar and the mast. Then tiny droplets appear upon the coiled ropes, the woven mats, and the rims of clay jars standing beside the cargo hold. Even the grain dust scattered across the deck begins to darken where moisture touches it. The acacia planks feel different now. During daylight they were dry and warm beneath bare feet. Now they are smooth with cool condensation. Anyone walking across them must move carefully, placing each step with quiet certainty. No one does. The crew has surrendered to sleep. A sailor turns slightly beneath his linen wrap, drawing it closer around his shoulders as the air grows colder. Another rests one arm across the wooden headrest, his breathing slow enough to disappear beneath the gentle murmur of the water. Their work belongs to tomorrow. Tonight, the river asks nothing from them. Beyond the anchored vessel, the floodplain has become a world of faint outlines. Palm trunks stand like dark pillars against the stars. Sycamore branches spread broad crowns that hide patches of deeper darkness beneath them. The narrow paths connecting village, fields, and river have vanished almost completely, though they remain exactly where they were beneath the afternoon sun. The land has not disappeared. It has simply become quieter. Somewhere within the reeds, a marsh harrier shifts its wings before settling again. Farther downstream, unseen geese murmur softly to one another without leaving their hidden shelter. The insects never seem to tire. Their endless humming rises and falls like distant rain, although no rain falls here. The Nile carries enough water for every living thing nearby. Its annual gift has already passed across these fields before slowly retreating, leaving behind rich earth that still remembers the flood. Even now, in darkness, irrigation channels hold silent pools beside cultivated ground waiting for another sunrise. The scent of wet soil grows stronger, mineral-rich silt, cooling mud, crushed papyrus. Together they create an aroma unlike the dry desert, lying only a short distance beyond the fertile banks. There the wind carries fine dust across empty stone. Here it carries life. The difference is not marked by walls, only by water. Perhaps that is why every village faces the river. Every landing reaches toward it. Every stair descending from temple or settlement eventually meets its surface. Even in darkness, every path quietly remembers where the Nile waits. A faint ripple spreads beneath the stern. For several moments nothing follows. Then another. A broad fish has moved through the shallows beneath the anchored hull, disturbing the stars reflected upon the surface. Silver points scatter across the water before slowly gathering again. The reflections are never permanent. Neither are the ripples. Both vanish without leaving any trace. Near the bow, a covered oil lamp remains beside the watchman. Its light is carefully shielded, not because brightness is precious, but because flame upon a wooden vessel must always be respected. Only enough light escapes to reveal the outline of his folded hands resting upon his knees. He listens more than he watches. The river speaks before danger can often be seen. A drifting branch brushing against the hull. The heavier splash of something larger entering deep water. The sudden movement of frightened birds. Each sound belongs somewhere within the darkness. He has learned them over many journeys. Far beyond the opposite bank, a jackal calls. Its voice rises briefly across the open valley before fading into the stillness from which it came. No answering call follows. Only the wind continues. It slips through the gathered linen sail secured against the yard. The fabric stirs softly producing a low whisper unlike the sharper snapping heard during daylight. Without tension from travel, the sail seems almost asleep itself. The mast casts a long shadow across the deck. As the stars slowly shift overhead, even that shadow changes its shape. Nothing aboard the vessel remains entirely motionless. Wood contracts beneath the cooling air. Ropes tighten, water moves. Mist slowly thickens over quiet backwaters. Time reveals itself not through clocks, but through these almost invisible changes. A clay water jar rests beside the cargo. Its porous surface has cooled the water within throughout the evening. Tiny beads of moisture cling to the outside where evaporation has quietly done its work. Beside it hangs a simple horn cup waiting for morning. No one reaches for it. Sleep has become deeper now. The youngest sailor no longer stirs. The oldest breathes with such calm regularity that the watchman could almost mistake him for another gentle sound carried by the current itself. Far upstream, hidden beyond bends in the river, other boats have also found their banks before darkness. Each rests beneath the same stars. Each listens to the same wind moving southward through the valley. Some carry grain, others timber, others travelers. Yet for these few hours every vessel becomes simply another quiet home floating between earth and sky. The Nile joins them all without asking their purpose. It carries merchants and priests, farmers and scribes, temple offerings and ordinary bread, heavy stone destined for monumental walls, simple fishing skiffs woven from papyrus. Every journey begins differently. Every journey eventually surrenders itself to the same current. The night grows colder. A faint veil of mist now lies across broad sections of the river beyond the anchored boat. It softens the reflections near the surface while leaving the higher stars untouched above. The two heavens are no longer identical. One shines clearly. The other breathes beneath a thin white veil. The watchman lifts his gaze. High above the northern horizon, the stars that never disappear continue their endless circle. Night after night they remain, while others rise and sink beyond the edges of the earth. He lowers his eyes again toward the river. Its own journey is different. The water never returns to the same place. Yet somehow it always remains the Nile. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps that is how memory itself flows, always moving, never entirely leaving. The lamp beside him flickers once. Its flame grows smaller. A tiny thread of smoke curls upward before disappearing into the immense darkness above the mast. Around him, the sleeping boat drifts nowhere at all. Yet everything else, the stars, the wind, the current, the invisible hours, continues quietly onward. And somewhere beyond the eastern cliffs, hidden beneath the horizon, dawn has already begun its patient approach. Though not a single hint of its light has yet reached the valley. The eastern horizon remains dark. Nothing yet separates the cliffs from the sky. The river still lies beneath the stars, its surface dim beneath the growing mist, its current continuing northward, without sound enough to disturb the sleeping men. The watchman shifts his weight. The movement is small, but the cold has settled deeply into the deck. Moisture has gathered beneath his feet and along the edge of his linen wrap. When he presses one hand against the planks, the wood feels smooth and chilled, no longer carrying any memory of the afternoon sun. He rises carefully. The vessel responds with a quiet creak. No one wakes. He walks toward the stern, placing each bare foot where the boards are least wet. Between the cargo jars and the furled ropes, The sleeping bodies form low shapes beneath pale linen. Their outlines seem almost carved into the darkness. At the stern, he tests the mooring line once more. The flax fibers are swollen with dew. They resist his fingers, cold and heavy, yet the knot remains firm. The current pulls steadily against the hull, but the wooden stake in the bank does not move. Beyond it, mist gathers around the reeds. Papyrus stalks disappear halfway into the pale layer, leaving only their feathery crowns visible above it. They seem to float without stems, suspended between the dark water and the darker sky. The frogs have grown quieter. Their chorus has not ended, but it has thinned. Individual calls now emerge from different places along the bank, each separated by long moments of silence. The insects continue their high, steady hum, though even this sound seems softened by the cold air. The deepest part of the night has arrived. Across the valley, no hearth smoke rises, no boat moves, no door opens. The entire cultivated land between the deserts rests in darkness, from irrigation basins and granaries to temple courtyards and mud brick homes. Only guards remain awake. At village gates, near storage buildings, beside harbour landings, and at the outer walls of temple precincts, men keep their quiet posts. Some carry covered lamps. Others stand beneath the stars with no light at all, listening for footsteps upon gravel or the scrape of a vessel approaching where no vessel should be moving. But along this bend, there is no approach. There is only the Nile. The watchman looks downstream. The mist hides the lower river. Beyond it, the cliffs rise as black shapes under the stars. Their stone has cooled quickly since sunset, and a faint dry wind descends from the desert beyond them. It carries no scent of water, only dust. For a moment, that dry breath passes across the wet deck and the damp linen of the sleeping crew. The contrast is sharp river moisture below, desert air above. Between them lies the narrow green world where Egypt lives. The watchman pulls his wrap closer. A covered lamp still burns near the bow, but its flame has become too weak to offer warmth. It reveals only the rim of the clay saucer and one trembling line of light against the wooden rail. Fuel is never wasted. The lamp remains small because darkness is expected here. No one aboard needs to turn night into day. The stars provide enough to show the open channel. The lamp provides enough to find a rope, a jar, or a sleeping place. Beyond that, the vessel accepts the darkness around it. The flame sputters. A tiny thread of smoke rises from the wick. Then it steadies again. The watchman returns to his place and sits. For a while, he watches the reflected stars move upon the current. Mist interrupts them in some places, but where the water remains clear, they shimmer in long broken lines. Sa stands high above the valley. Sopdet shines nearby, brilliant and unwavering. Elsewhere, the northern stars circle without sinking below the horizon. Their endurance has long made them symbols of what does not vanish. Yet from the deck, they are not distant ideas. They are simply part of the night, visible above the mast, reflected beside the hull, guiding those few travelers who must move when most boats are safely tied to the banks. Tonight, no urgent royal messenger passes. No military vessel cuts through the dark channel. The river belongs to stillness. Beneath the hull, a heavy body moves through the water. The watchman hears it before he sees any sign, a low disturbance. Then a broad, bubbling exhalation somewhere beyond the reeds. A hippopotamus is crossing one of the deeper pools. The sound travels through the mist, immense but unhurried. A few moments later, water stirs near the outer edge of the papyrus, and several birds hidden there shift noisily before settling again. The watchman does not reach for a weapon. The animal remains far from the moored boat. Its presence belongs to the river as naturally as the current itself. It will move toward the fields while people sleep, feeding beneath the stars where grain and green plants stand in the darkness. By daylight, farmers will read its passage in broken stalks and deep prints pressed into the mud. For now, only the sound remains. Then even that fades. The cold deepens. Dew pools in shallow depressions along the deck. It darkens the grain dust and dampens the edges of the sleeping mat. Coarse linen wraps cling more heavily to the bodies beneath them. One sailor wakes. Not fully. He shifts, opens his eyes for a moment, and reaches toward the small amulet at his neck, his fingers close around it beneath the linen. The gesture is familiar, almost unconscious. The river is dark, the stars are distant. The boat is only wood and rope, held against a muddy bank. Yet the small object beneath his hand offers a sense of protection that no mooring line can provide. He closes his eyes again. The watchman sees the movement, then looks away. Private rituals need no audience. Elsewhere in Egypt, behind sealed temple doors, the divine image rests within the sanctuary. The outer courts are dark. The great painted columns vanish into blackness above their stone bases. Lamps remain only where protection requires them, their small flames guarded within immense architecture. At sunset, priests closed the shrine and completed the final service of the day. Now the temple sleeps in its own manner. Stone cools, incense fades, offerings remain upon tables in the darkness. The order maintained by human hands during daylight now seems to pass into the keeping of the stars, the river, and the unseen journey of the sun beneath the earth. No priest aboard the vessel explains this. No sailor needs it explained. Every evening the sun disappears. Every dawn it returns. Every year the river rises, spreads across the fields, and withdraws. Life does not move in a straight line here. It circles, recedes, renews, and returns. Yet no return is exact. The water touching the hull tonight will never touch it in the same way again. The grain carried in the hold grew from a flood unlike the one before it. The men sleeping on deck have grown older since the last time Sa stood in this place above their mast. The pattern remains. Those within it change. Perhaps this is why the Egyptians speak of more than one kind of eternity. One belongs to the cycle, the sun reborn, the flood returning, the seasons moving from Akhet to Peret and then to Shimu. The other belongs to what endures beyond change, like stone resting in darkness or the northern stars that never vanish beneath the horizon. But here, on this boat, such ideas are not separated into words. They are felt. In the current beneath the hull, in the dew settling upon rope, in the old wooden headrest used night after night, in the body growing cold, sleeping, waking, and beginning its labor again. The watchman lifts the horn cup from beside the water jar. The clay vessel is wet with condensation. Its porous surface has cooled the water within, and when he pours, the liquid makes a hollow gurgling sound inside the narrow neck. He drinks slowly. The water carries a faint mineral taste, despite the hours spent settling in the jar. It is cool enough to tighten his throat. He replaces the cup and wipes the outer surface with his hand, leaving a darker streak through the moisture. His fingertips smell of damp clay. The lamp dims again. This time the flame does not recover fully. It shrinks toward the oil, becoming a small bead of gold surrounded by blackness. The watchman leans closer, shields it from the wind, and adjusts the wick only enough to keep it alive. A brighter flame would draw more insects and consume the remaining oil too quickly, so the lamp returns to its narrow purpose. A little light, no more than needed. Along the shore, mud has hardened where the surface was exposed to the evening air. Beneath the crust, the earth remains soft and cool. The mooring stakes hold within it, their lower ends buried where moisture preserves the weight of the bank. Farther inland, the walls of the village have also cooled. Mud brick that felt warm beneath the hand after sunset is now cold. Families sleep on mats inside small rooms or beneath wraps on flat roofs, depending on the season and the chill. Wooden headrests support their necks. Storage chests remain closed. Clay lamps have gone dark. A child wakes briefly at the sound of a dog. Then the house is silent again. A few embers survive beneath ash in a courtyard hearth. By pre-dawn, they may be stirred back to life for bread and the first meal before work. But that hour has not yet arrived. For now, the night still holds the valley. The watchman gazes toward the east. At first he sees nothing different. Then he wonders whether the blackness above the cliffs has softened by the smallest degree. Perhaps it has. Perhaps his eyes have simply grown tired. He does not wake the others. The stars are still bright. The air remains at its coldest. Mist still lies thick over the water. Dawn may be approaching, but it has not yet announced itself. So he waits. The Nile moves beneath him. The ropes hold. The sleeping men breathe. And in the unseen distance beyond the eastern desert, the coming light draws nearer without disturbing the darkness that still belongs to the river. The darkness begins to loosen almost without color. It does not brighten at first. It merely becomes less complete. The eastern cliffs, invisible for most of the night, begin to separate from the sky as a deeper shape against a slightly softer black. The change is so delicate that only someone who has been waiting for it would notice. The watchman notices. He remains seated for a little longer, listening to the boat before waking anyone. The river still moves with the same slow pressure beneath the hull. The mooring ropes remain firm. The mist lies low over the water, dense in the quiet backwaters and thinner where the current moves more strongly through the central channel. But the night sounds have begun to change. The frogs continue calling from the reeds, though their voices no longer fill every space. The insects remain active above the damp bank, yet their humming seems less dominant than before. Somewhere among the acacia branches a small bird gives a single uncertain note, then silence. A few moments later, another bird answers from farther downstream. The first sounds of morning are not a chorus. They are questions sent gently through the dark. The watchman stands. Cold has stiffened his knees. He places one hand against the mast and rises slowly, careful not to disturb the men sleeping beside him. Dew wets his palm where it has gathered along the smooth wood. He walks toward the captain. There is no need for a loud command. A light touch upon the shoulder is enough. The captain opens his eyes immediately. For a moment, he remains still beneath his linen wrap, looking upward at the stars. Sa has moved toward the western sky. Sopdet still shines clearly, though the eastern darkness has become faintly gray around the edges. The captain sits up. Others begin waking not because anyone calls to them, but because movement travels through the vessel. A shifting mat, a quiet cough, the low creak of a plank beneath new weight. Sleep leaves the deck gradually. One sailor rolls onto his side and rubs warmth back into his hands. Another removes the linen from his face and breathes deeply through the cold air. The youngest reaches for the edge of his mat before opening his eyes, as though confirming that the deck is still beneath him. The boat has remained exactly where they left it, yet everything feels altered. The timbers are colder, the ropes are heavier, the night sky has turned slightly pale above the eastern desert. The men rise one by one. Each folds his linen wrap before standing. Papyrus mats are rolled tightly and tied with short cords. Wooden headrests are placed near personal belongings. The sleeping spaces disappear as quickly as they were created, and the deck becomes a working surface again. Dew has pooled everywhere. Bare feet slide slightly upon the old planks until the sailors remember the night's moisture and shorten their steps. One man uses a strip of coarse cloth to wipe the area near the mast. Another lifts a rope coil and shakes droplets onto the river. The wet flax gives off a cold, earthy smell. It feels swollen and slick, no longer wiry as it did beneath the afternoon sun. When the sailors coil it, the rope resists their hands with its increased weight. Near the stern, the captain checks the steering oar. He runs his fingers along the wooden mounting and tests the crossbeam that will guide it once the vessel returns to the channel. The heavy blade has remained partly suspended above the shallow water, protected from the mud beneath the bank. No cracks have formed. No binding has loosened. At the bow, another sailor inspects the sounding pole. Its lower end is still stained dark from yesterday's riverbed. He scrapes away a line of dried mud with his thumb, then lays the pole where it can be reached quickly after departure. The scribe wakes last. He sits with his back against a low cargo jar, blinking into the dimness before pulling his palette and scroll from the wooden chest. He checks the papyrus for moisture first, touching the outer edge carefully. The chest has protected it. He places the writing tools beside him, but does not yet open the record. Before cargo can be counted, the boat itself must be made ready. The nearly empty oil lamp is extinguished. The wick gives one final glow, then a thin trail of smoke drifts upward through the cold air. Its smell is faint and oily, quickly overtaken by the stronger scent of damp wood and river mist. Darkness remains, but the lamp is no longer needed. The sky now offers just enough light to reveal movement. A sailor kneels beside the ceramic brazier used for the previous evening meal. Beneath a covering of pale ash, a few dark coals remain. He stirs them gently with a stick. For a moment, nothing happens. Then a tiny point of red appears. Dry acacia twigs are placed above it. A palm fiber catches, curls, and begins to glow. The sailor shields the fragile ember with both hands until a small flame rises. Smoke drifts across the deck. Its warmth is modest, but the men gather near it while continuing their tasks. Cold fingers are held briefly above the brazier. A clay pot is set near the edge of the coals, not for a long meal, only to warm a little water and soften bread left from the night before. The first fragrance of smoke moves over the river. Soon other fires answer from the land. A thin column rises from the village beyond the reeds. Then another appears between the dark crowns of date palms. Households are beginning to wake, stirring yesterday's embers beneath courtyard ash. The village remains mostly hidden. Only the smoke reveals that people are moving within it. A baker kneels near a clay oven. Someone carries dry palm fronds across a courtyard. A water jar is lifted from the corner of a room. Doors remain closed against the cold, while the first meal is prepared inside. From the boat, these details cannot yet be seen. They arrive as sounds, the scrape of pottery against packed earth, a cough behind a mud brick wall, the soft bleating of a goat awakened within an enclosure. The river valley is returning one sound at a time. The captain eats a small piece of bread while watching the eastern sky. It has become silver, grey now. The stars remain visible overhead, but those nearest the horizon begin to lose their sharpness. Their light has not weakened. The approaching day has simply begun to outshine them. A low mist still blankets the water. It gathers most densely near the bank where the boat rests. The opposite shore is hidden from view. Reeds appear and disappear within the pale veil as the breeze shifts. The air is at its coldest. The men wrap their linen closely while they work, knowing that the chill will not last. Once the sun clears the cliffs, the deck will warm quickly. The same linen that now protects their bodies will soon be loosened or set aside beneath the rising heat. Egypt changes rapidly at this hour. Night does not slowly dissolve through a long dawn. It holds its place until light gathers behind the eastern stone, then gives way almost at once. The sailors know there is little time between darkness and departure. They begin checking the cargo. Grain sacks are pressed and repositioned where the night's moisture has softened their outer fibers. Clay jars are tested within their wooden braces. Line coverings over food baskets are tightened. A loose rope around one amphora is untied and secured again. The scribe opens his scroll. His reed pen touches black ink. He records the morning inventory in careful marks while the deck moves beneath him. Grain remains in place. Water jars are present. Beer and bread have been consumed according to ration. No seal upon the cargo has been broken. His work is quiet. No coin passes between hands here. Value rests in measured grain, oil, cloth, metal, and labor. The cargo beneath him is not merely food. It can become payment, ration, offering, tax, or reserve depending on where the river carries it. Yet the grain itself knows none of this. It lies in darkness beneath woven sacks, carrying within each dry kernel the memory of floodwater, wet earth, and sunlight. A boatman tightens the long cable running above the hull. The vessel's planks rely upon rope and careful pressure to hold their broad shape against the weight of the cargo. The cable stretches from bow to stern over wooden supports, preventing the flexible hull from sagging. He places a lever through the tensioning loop and turns it slowly. The rope groans. The sound travels through the vessel like the voice of an old tree bending beneath wind. When the pressure feels correct, the lever is secured. The hull is ready to move again. Along the bank, the first pigeons call from the roofs. Their voices are followed by sparrows among the acacias. Waterfowl stir within the papyrus. Wings beat against wet stalks, sending droplets into the shallow pools below. A fisherman appears through the mist. He is little more than a moving shadow at first, carrying one end of a small papyrus skiff, while another man supports the stern. Together they lower it from the bank into a narrow channel beside the reeds. The bound papyrus hull touches the water with a soft, absorbent sound. The fishermen step inside carefully. One takes a pole. The other arranges a weighted net near his feet. They do not enter the main river yet. Instead, they move through the sheltered shallows where fish gather before daylight warms the water. The cargo crew watches them only briefly. Each person belongs to his own morning task. Beyond the mist, temple workers are also waking. Purification begins before the sanctuary doors open. Priests wash with fresh water, remove the night's dust, and dress themselves in clean linen. Their shaven heads feel the cold more sharply than those of the sailors, yet ritual requires cleanliness before comfort. Incense will soon be prepared. Offerings will be brought forward. The seal placed upon the sanctuary at sunset will be broken again at the first light. For now, the temple remains dark. Its great stone gateways stand closed above the quay, barely visible through mist and distance. The massive columns behind them are hidden, but their cool stone waits exactly where it stood throughout the night. The divine image remains within the sanctuary. The sun remains below the horizon. The boat remains tied to the mud. Everything waits within the same pause. The youngest sailor carries the morning water jar toward the edge of the deck. He pours a little into a shallow bowl, then washes his face and arms. The water is startlingly cold. He inhales sharply but makes no complaint. Fine sand is rubbed across his skin where dirt remains from the previous day. He rinses again and dries himself with a linen cloth that quickly absorbs the moisture. Another sailor kneels beside the riverbank. He cleans mud from his feet and scrapes the dried crust from a pair of papyrus sandals using the edge of a stone. The mud falls away in small pieces, revealing the woven fibers beneath. The sandals will be carried rather than worn once the vessel is underway. Bare feet grip wet wood more securely. Near the brazier, warm bread is distributed. There is no lingering over the meal. The men eat while coiling lines, checking knots and preparing the oars. A little beer remains from the night before, though water is preferred in the cold morning. The fire is allowed to diminish. Cooking cannot continue once the boat leaves the bank. The brazier will be cooled, emptied, and secured before the vessel enters the current. The sky becomes lighter. A band of pale rose appears above the cliffs. It is so soft that for a moment it seems to belong to the mist rather than the sky. Then the color deepens, spreading along the horizon. Where the desert meets the air, the remaining stars begin to fade. Sa becomes difficult to see. Sobdit holds on a little longer, shining through the brightening grey before daylight finally begins to claim it as well. The captain gives the first quiet order. The mooring lines are not released yet. One man moves to the bow with the sounding pole. Another takes his place near the stern oar. Two sailors stand beside the ropes, securing the vessel to the bank. The scribe closes his scroll and places it safely inside the chest. The brazier is extinguished. The last smoke passes over the deck and joins the morning haze above the Nile. Everything unnecessary is stowed. Everything needed is placed within reach. The crew waits. Across the water, the mist thins enough to reveal the opposite bank. Mud brick houses emerge in muted shapes. Palm trunks rise above them. A child appears near the river stairs, carrying a small jar with both hands, followed by an older figure descending toward the water. Farther inland, cattle begin to stir within their pens. A wooden gate opens. A dog runs a short distance along the bank, stops, and watches the boat through the mist. The eastern cliffs brighten from grey into pale gold. Their upper edges catch the first unseen light, while the valley below remains cool and shadowed. The change moves downwards slowly, revealing grooves, ledges, and ancient marks in the stone. The Nile begins to reflect the coming sun before the sun itself is visible. The dark surface takes on a muted silver sheen. Then a narrow line of gold appears within the current. It trembles beside the hull. The captain watches that line. The men wait for his signal. Behind them, the sleeping place of the night has disappeared completely. No mats remain open. No bodies lie beneath linen. The vessel has become once again what daylight requires: a moving workplace built of timber, rope, clay, cloth, and human coordination. Yet the night has not vanished without leaving something behind. Dew still darkens the planks. Cold remains within the clay jars. Mist still touches the reeds. The memory of stars lingers upon the water, even as their reflections fade. Then the first edge of the sun rises above the eastern cliffs. Light enters the valley in a single brilliant line. The captain raises his hand, and the sailors reach for the ropes that have held them safely through the night. The first rope leaves the stake with a soft, wet scrape. One sailor lifts the swollen flax from the mud, darkened wood, and carries it back across the narrow gangplank. Another loosens the stern line, keeping one turn around the post until the boat begins to answer the current. The hull shifts, not suddenly. It moves with the quiet reluctance of something that has rested deeply and is only now remembering motion. The river presses against the broad underside of the vessel. Water curls around the bow, gathering in a low, steady murmur. The bank releases the wooden planks with a final sound of wet earth sliding beneath timber. The captain lowers his hand. The last line is cast free. A sailor standing on the bank pushes the vessel outward with a long pole, then steps lightly onto the gangplank before it is drawn back aboard. The distance between boat and shore widens by only a few handspans at first. Then the current takes hold. The muddy bank begins to drift away. The reeds that had stood beside the sleeping vessel all night slide slowly past the bow. Dew hangs upon their green stems. The first sunlight catches each droplet for an instant, turning the papyrus thicket into a wall of small, trembling lights. The man at the bow lowers the sounding pole. It enters the water almost without a splash. He feels for the riverbed, calls the depth, lifts the pole, and measures again. His voice is low but clear. Each word travels along the deck to the helmsman at the stern, who adjusts the heavy steering oar with both hands. The vessel turns toward the main channel. Mist gathers around it. For several moments, the shore disappears almost completely. The village, the mooring place, and the dark path leading inland all fade behind a pale veil. The crew can still hear the land. A dog barking from the high bank. Children calling to one another near the river stairs. The hollow clatter of a jar set down upon stone. But the river has become their world again. The captain watches the bow. Ahead, the fog thins where the current runs more strongly. Beyond it, the water brightens beneath the rising sun. The sailors take their places. The northerly wind is beginning to return, but this journey leads downstream in the same direction as the current and away from the wind's natural path. For now, the sail remains furled. The boat will move by drift, steering, and measured use of oars where bends or shallows require them. two men lift the first pair of long wooden oars. The blades enter the water together. A rhythm, keeper raises a small wooden clapper and strikes once. The crew leans forward, the oars draw back. Water slips from the blades in silver lines. The clapper sounds again. The movement repeats. No one rows with urgency. The vessel is already moving well beneath the force of the current. The oars are there to give direction, to keep the heavy hull from turning broadside, and to guide it away from sandbanks hidden beneath the morning glare. The mist begins to break apart. First the upper branches of sycamore trees appear through it, then flat roofs, then narrow strips of green fields lying behind the river bank. Morning opens the valley piece by piece. Farmers emerge along earthen paths carrying wooden hoes. A pair of cattle is led toward the basin fields, their hooves sinking into damp soil where the night dew has not yet evaporated. Children drive geese away from the houses. The birds complain noisily, stretching their necks and scattering along the edge of the stubble before settling into a loose flock. A woman descends a flight of river stairs with a clay jar balanced carefully against her body. She pauses when the cargo vessel passes and watches it move northward through the thinning mist. From the deck she is only one figure among many. From the shore, the boat is only one vessel among the countless journeys the Nile carries. No one waves. The distance is too ordinary for ceremony. The sun rises higher. Its warmth touches the western cliffs first, turning pale stone into gold. The fields below remain partly cool, but the sharpest edge of the night has already gone. Dew begins to vanish from the deck. Droplets shrink upon the ropes. The darkened patches of grain dust lighten. Linen wraps loosen around shoulders and are folded away beneath benches. The same men who had trembled beneath the dawn cold now, feel warmth gathering across their backs. One sailor removes his outer cloth and ties it beside his sleeping mat. Another rinses his hands with a little water from the porous clay jar before taking hold of an oar. Wet linen left near the mast begins to dry quickly. The wind makes it snap softly against the cord. Ahead the river widens. The current spreads across a broader channel broken by low alluvial islands. Some are no more than mud and pale sand rising above the surface. Others carry sparse grass where birds have gathered. Pelicans stand in the shallows. Geese lift from the reeds in sudden groups, their wings beating hard as they cross the path of the boat. The morning light reveals every feather for a moment before they turn toward the fields. On one sandbank, a crocodile lies motionless. It has emerged to receive the sun. Its body is the same muted color as the wet sand beneath it, almost invisible except for the hard line of its back and the stillness of its open jaws. The crew observes it without comment. The animal is part of the bank, just as the reeds and driftwood are. It watches the river while the boat passes at a respectful distance. The rhythm keeper strikes the clapper again. Oars enter. Pull, lift, water falls from the blades. The sound joins the morning. Birds, crew calls. The creak of wooden frames beneath cargo. The light knock of amphorae against their braces. The Nile is no longer the silent river of midnight. Yet its awakening is gradual, built from many modest sounds rather than one great burst. Other vessels appear through the mist. A papyrus fishing skiff keeps close to the reeds. Two men work a net between them, lifting it carefully from the water, while silver fish twist within the weighted mesh. Farther out, a smaller passenger boat moves toward the opposite bank beneath a woven canopy. Behind it, another broad cargo carrier drifts downstream with grain sacks stacked high within its hold. The river gathers people as daylight strengthens. Each crew follows its own line through the channel, reading currents, landmarks, and the color of shallow water. There are no painted signs above the river, no fixed path beneath the surface. A pale streak may reveal sand, a dark patch may mark depth. A shrine standing above the bank may serve as a point of alignment until the next bend hides it. Knowledge lies in repetition. The helmsman has passed through waters like these since youth. He watches the angle of reeds, where the current bends them. He notices where ripples tighten around an unseen obstacle. He studies the way floating debris gathers in one part of the channel and avoids another. The river never holds the same shape for long. Silt creates new banks. Floodwater removes old ones. A pilot must remember the Nile without believing memory alone. The bowman calls a shallower depth. The captain raises his hand. The rowing rhythm changes. Oars on one side pull more strongly while those opposite rest above the surface. The vessel begins a slow turn away from a pale sandbar barely visible beneath the water. For a few moments, the hull passes close enough that the bottom current changes its sound. A soft grinding murmur rises from below. Then the water deepens again. The danger passes without tension. There is no need for alarm when every person knows his place. The oars resume their even cadence. Behind the vessel, the wake spreads into long lines across the sandbank and disappears. The Nile accepts the disturbance and smooths itself almost immediately. Along the eastern bank, limestone cliffs rise closer to the water. The river narrows slightly beneath them. Their pale walls catch the full morning sun, revealing ledges, cracks, and places where stone has been cut in earlier generations. At the base, the current moves faster. The helmsman holds the steering oar firmly. Wind rushes down from the cliff edge and moves through the rigging with a high, thin whistle. For the first time since departure, the furled sail stirs with greater force. The captain looks upward. The northerly breeze is steady now. It cannot simply carry the vessel downstream, but it may still be used with careful handling when the river bends. The crew prepares to release part of the linen canvas. Men move toward the mast. Heavy halyards are loosened. The yardarm lowers slightly, and the rectangular sail begins to unfold in broad pale layers. The cloth is not brilliant white. It carries the natural color of linen, marked by use, dust, and weather. The wind catches one corner. The sail snaps sharply. Several birds lift from the cliff ledges at the sound. The sailors take the brace lines and draw the canvas into a controlled angle. The mast and rigging groan under the changing pressure. For a moment, the vessel leans almost imperceptibly. Then it steadies. The sail does not drive the boat directly. It assists, holding the hull through the bend while the current continues its northward work. The oars are raised. Water streams from their blades and falls back into the river. Without the rowing cadence, new sounds take its place. Wind passing over linen, rope tightening around wooden cleats, the deep creak of the hogging cable stretched above the hull, the quiet instructions of the captain. The sailors work barefoot, their feet finding grip upon the now drying deck. They squat low while hauling lines, lean backward against tension, and secure each rope in careful coils. The physical labor warms them faster than the sun. Shoulders tighten, hands harden around rough flax. Sweat begins to return beneath the morning light, though cold remains in the shadowed side of the sail. A rope slides too quickly through one sailor's palm. He releases it before the fibers can tear the skin, then catches it again with a cloth wrapped around his hand. No anger follows, only adjustment. The line is secured, the boat moves on, the cliffs fall behind. The valley opens once more into fields, palms, canals, and villages. Shadoofs appear beside raised garden plots, their long wooden arms bending as workers lift water from lower channels. A weighted bucket descends, fills, and rises again through simple balance. Water spills into a narrow ditch. The ditch carries it toward vegetables and trees standing above the level reached by basin irrigation. The motion repeats. Lift, power, return. From the river, the figures seem small, yet the green land depends upon countless repetitions like these. Farther inland, emmer wheat moves beneath the breeze in broad, soft waves. Flax stands in cultivated plots. Date palms rise above whitewashed mud, brick walls, their fronds turning silver, green where the sun passes through them. The smell of the river changes as the boat moves. Near marshes, it carries wet vegetation and organic decay. Near villages, smoke, bred livestock, and pottery kilns enter the air. Near open fields, the scent becomes drier earth, straw, and the faint dust lifted by bare feet along the paths. Every bend offers another mixture. The crew begins to settle into the longer rhythm of day travel. One man coils spare rope beneath the mast. Another checks a seam along the inside of the hull, where a little water has entered overnight. He presses twisted papyrus fiber into the gap with a wooden tool and smooths mud and resin over it until the leak slows to nothing. The repair is modest. The boat itself is a collection of such acts. Plank joined to plank, rope tightened, fiber pressed into seams. Wood protected from water by vigilance rather than permanence. Nothing aboard is expected to remain untouched. Durability comes from care. The scribe opens his scroll again. He sits beneath a light-woven awning where the sun is less direct. A reed pen touches the ink cake, receives water, and begins to move across papyrus. He records distance not through exact marks in the river, but through past settlements, known bends and hours of travel. He notes cargo, he notes ration. He notes what must arrive at the temple landing in Abydos. Beside him, sealed jars stand in rows. Some contain oil, others beer or dried provisions. Their clay stoppers bear impressions that identify estates or officials responsible for them. The marks are small. The system they belong to extends across the valley. Grain from fields, labor from villages, records from scribes, boats moving between administrative centers. All of it held together by the river beneath them. Yet the Nile remains indifferent to administration. It carries the official cargo vessel and the fisherman's papyrus skiff with the same dark water. It reflects temple pylons and humble reed shelters without preserving either image. The sun rises another handspan. The last mist disappears. Visibility stretches far across the valley. The western cliffs stand clear beneath the blue, white sky. The river shines with stronger glare, forcing sailors to narrow their eyes when looking downstream. The night now feels distant. Only a damp mat, a cool jar, and a few darkened rope fibers remain to prove how recently the stars rested above the mast. Ahead, another settlement gathers around a river landing. Mud brick granaries rise behind a wall. their rounded tops visible above the houses. Laborers wait along the sloping quay, while scribes sit beneath light shelters with pallets ready. Several cargo boats are already moored there. Voices travel across the water. Men call for lines. Jars strike softly against wood. A donkey brays near stacked baskets. The captain studies the landing, but does not turn toward it. This boat carries its cargo farther north. The river settlement passes slowly along the western side of the vessel. For a few minutes, the deck fills with the sounds of commerce, bartering voices, footsteps on gangplanks, the dull impact of grain sacks set down upon planks. Then the current draws the boat onward. The voices fade behind reeds and palms. The vessel returns to open water. The sail holds steady. The river widens. And beneath the growing warmth of morning, the men continue northward toward places not yet visible beyond the next long bend. The river leaves the busy landing behind with quiet certainty. The voices from the quay become softer until they dissolve into the steady breathing of water beneath the hull. Soon only the Nile remains close enough to be heard clearly. The sail holds its gentle shape against the morning wind. It is not full. It does not strain. It simply receives enough air to ease the burden upon the rowers, while the current continues its patient work beneath the boat. The captain glances once toward the eastern bank. A line of acacia trees follows the edge of the cultivated land, their shadows still long across the damp earth. Beyond them, the green of the floodplain yields almost at once to the pale desert, where stone and sand wait in complete silence. The distance between fertile earth and empty wilderness is surprisingly small. Only a few quiet steps would carry someone from one world into the other. Perhaps that is why the people of the river move with such care. Every field has been earned from water. Every harvest has first passed through the hands of the Nile. The sailors speak little. Conversation belongs more naturally to the evening, when ropes have been tied and bread has been shared. Morning belongs to observation. One man kneels beside a porous clay water jar. He removes the linen stopper and pours a small amount into a shallow ceramic bowl. The water is cool from the gentle evaporation through the vessel's walls. He drinks slowly before passing the bowl to the sailor beside him. Nothing is wasted. A few drops fall onto the deck, disappearing almost immediately into weathered acacia wood that has known countless mornings like this one. The scribe pauses from his writing. He looks toward the shoreline rather than his scroll. Ahead, several narrow irrigation canals leave the river, slipping quietly between low earthen dikes before vanishing among fields of emmer and barley. From this distance they resemble small reflections of the Nile itself. The great river divides. The smaller channels divide again. Eventually the water reaches places where no boat could ever travel, feeding gardens hidden behind mud, brick walls and trees growing beside quiet courtyards. Even far from the current, the Nile continues its journey. A flock of white birds suddenly rises from the reeds. For a heartbeat, they seem almost motionless against the blue morning sky, before turning together toward a shallow marsh farther downstream. Their reflections scatter across the brown, grey surface. The youngest sailor follows them with his eyes until they disappear. Perhaps he has watched birds like these since childhood. Perhaps every morning still feels slightly different. The river has a way of making familiar things appear new simply by changing the light. Near the bow, The sounding pole enters the water once again. The call comes calmly. The depth remains safe. The helmsman answers with only the smallest movement of the steering oar. The great wooden blade disappears beneath the surface, redirecting the heavy hull by what seems almost no effort at all. Large vessels rarely hurry. They persuade the river rather than challenge it. As the sun climbs higher, warmth settles across the deck. The damp smell of dew fades. In its place comes the scent of drying flax rope, warm timber, and grain resting beneath woven coverings. The cargo seems almost alive. Each sack contains thousands of kernels that began as tender shoots in soft mud left behind after the inundation. Months of patient growth now rest quietly within the hold, waiting for another place, another pair of hands, another purpose. The captain walks slowly along the length of the vessel. He pauses beside each important line. A knot is tightened. A brace is checked. One amphora has shifted no more than the width of a finger, yet he steadies it anyway. Such small corrections rarely draw attention. Yet many safe journeys are built from them. Far ahead, shimmering above the water, another bend waits beyond a low stand of papyrus. Its far shore cannot yet be seen. The Nile keeps part of itself hidden until the traveler arrives. Perhaps rivers understand something that people often forget. A long journey is not revealed all at once. It is offered one quiet bend after another. The boat glides forward. Behind it, the wake widens, softens, and disappears into the same current that carried it into being. Before long, even that small trace is gone. Only the river remembers. The hidden bend draws nearer without haste. Its quiet promise has been visible for some time, yet only now does the boat begin to feel the subtle pull of the changing current. The water no longer presses evenly against the hull. One side whispers a little more insistently than the other. The helmsman notices before anyone speaks. His hands remain steady upon the long wooden crossbeam attached to the steering oar. He does not force the vessel toward the center of the river. Instead, he allows the current to reveal its intention first. The Nile is generous to those who listen before they answer. At the bow, the sounding pole slips beneath the surface once again. The sailor pauses. He feels the firmness of the reverb through the long shaft before lifting it clear. Tiny beads of brown, grey water run down the polished wood and fall back into the current. The channel holds, he says quietly. The captain nods. No further words are needed. The broad cargo vessel enters the curve. Immediately the world changes. The wind becomes softer here, sheltered by a long wall of papyrus that rises above the water's edge. Their green stems sway together, producing a dry eye whisper that seems almost too delicate for plants rooted in wet earth. Swish, swish, swish. The sound follows the boat like slow breathing. Dragonflies drift above the still water near the reeds. Their wings catch flashes of sunlight before vanishing against the brightness. Small insects dance above the surface in loose clouds, while somewhere hidden among the dense stalks a kingfisher suddenly breaks the silence with a sharp call. It dives, a tiny splash. Then it rises again with a silver fish held firmly in its beak before disappearing into the green walls of papyrus. Life here moves without spectacle. Every creature seems to know exactly how much motion is necessary, and no more. The cargo boat continues through the sheltered reach. Without the stronger breeze, another pair of oars quietly enters the water. The rhythm keeper lifts his wooden clapper. Tock, The blades move together. Tock. They rise again. Each stroke blends so naturally with the murmur of the river that it becomes difficult to separate human effort from flowing water. The youngest sailor smiles almost without realizing it. Perhaps it is simply the warmth of the morning settling into his shoulders. Perhaps it is the satisfaction of movement after the cold stillness before dawn. He rests one hand briefly upon the weathered gunwale. The wood has changed completely since sunrise. Hours ago it held the night's chill and heavy dew. Now it feels warm beneath his palm, carrying the gentle heat gathered from the Egyptian sun. Deep grain lines run beneath his fingertips, polished smooth by countless hands over countless journeys. Every plank remembers those who trusted it. The scribe rolls his shoulders before returning to his work. The motion eases the stiffness left by sleeping upon the deck. His reed pen glides across the papyrus with practiced certainty. Black ink forms measured signs recording cargo and progress. The scroll itself carries the quiet scent of pressed papyrus, dry, slightly sweet, and unmistakably tied to the river that produced it. Even writing begins beside the Nile. A faint fragrance drifts across the water. The sailors recognize it before the source becomes visible, fresh bread. Somewhere ahead, a riverside settlement has already filled its ovens. The smell travels farther than voices. Soon smoke appears above clusters of mud, brick houses nestled among sycamore figs and date palms. The smoke rises almost perfectly straight before dissolving into the pale blue sky. Beyond the home stand circular granaries with rounded tops catching the full morning light. Closer to the river, a sloping landing reaches into the water. Two donkeys wait patiently beneath woven baskets suspended across their backs. Nearby, several women rinse vegetables beside the river stairs, while children chase one another across the packed earth, stopping only long enough to watch the passing vessel. The boat does not slow. The settlement greets the travelers simply by existing. For a few peaceful moments, the sounds of ordinary life drift across the channel. A carpenter's wooden adze striking timber. The distant laughter of children, geese protesting loudly as they wander too near a vegetable garden. The hollow rhythm of grain being poured into a storage jar. Nothing extraordinary happens, yet nothing feels empty. The captain watches the village disappear behind palms. He has seen hundreds like it. No two have ever carried exactly the same morning. The Nile continues onward. The bend slowly opens into a wider reach where sunlight pours freely across the water once more. The sheltered silence gives way to the familiar northern breeze. It catches the upper edge of the linen sail, making the cloth breathe gently. Not a violent snap, only a slow swelling, as though the sail itself inhales with the river. The ropes tighten. Their coarse flax fibers release a faint dry scent as they stretch beneath the renewed pressure. One sailor inspects a fastening near the mast. His fingers move confidently across the knot, checking each turn before giving it a single firm pull. Satisfied, he smiles quietly and returns to his place. Care is repeated so often that it becomes almost invisible. Perhaps that is another lesson carried by rivers. The things that preserve a journey are rarely dramatic, and not tied well. A line checked twice, a patient hand upon the steering oar, a depth measured before danger arrives. The boat glides onward beneath an ever-brightening sky. Behind it, the village smoke slowly dissolves into the morning. Ahead, The river stretches beyond another distant line of trees, inviting the travelers farther north with the same calm certainty that guided them from yesterday's sunset into today's light. The Nile never asks anyone to hurry. It simply continues to flow, and little by little those who travel upon it begin to breathe at the river's own unhurried pace. The wider channel receives the vessel with quiet generosity. Here the current no longer presses between close banks. It unfolds across a broader reach of water, carrying long ribbons of sunlight that seem to drift beside the boat rather than beneath it. The wake spreads farther now. Its gentle lines travel outward until they dissolve into the river's own slow patterns, leaving almost no memory that a heavy cargo vessel has just passed. Only the birds seem to notice. A pair of grey herons stand motionless in the shallows near a low island of fresh silt. Their long reflections tremble upon the water, disturbed only when one bird lifts a careful foot and places it silently into the soft mud. Patience belongs to them as completely as flight. The sailors glance toward the island only briefly before returning to their work. Their own rhythm has become steady enough that little needs to be spoken. One man coils a length of spare flax rope beneath the mast. Another kneels beside several sealed amphorae, tightening the woven restraints that prevent them from shifting whenever the river changes direction. His fingers test each chord with practiced certainty. The clay jars answer with a dull, reassuring sound. Nothing has loosened. The cargo remains secure. Near the stern, the helmsman studies the surface ahead. The water tells its quiet stories to anyone willing to watch. Small ripples crossing one another reveal a submerged change in depth. A darker band suggests the stronger heart of the channel. Near the inside of the next curve, pale reflections hint at fine sand lying just beneath the surface. The river speaks without words. Its language is movement. The captain follows the same signs. He has no map spread before him. The Nile itself has become the map. The bowman lowers the sounding pole again. This time the riverbed lies farther below. He smiles almost imperceptibly before lifting the pole free. The deeper channel welcomes the broad hull. The oars rest once more. Only the steering oar continues its slow conversation with the current. The linen sail breathes quietly overhead. It catches enough of the northerly wind to steady the vessel through the widening reach, without asking too much from the rigging. The cloth glows softly where sunlight passes through its woven fibers. Tiny imperfections become visible, places where threads have thickened, faded, or been carefully repaired after earlier journeys. Even linen carries memory. A warm breeze crosses the deck. It carries the fragrance of drying grain from fields hidden beyond the palms. Mixed within it comes another scent, lotus. Somewhere beyond the reeds, white blossoms rest upon still pools fed by quiet canals branching from the Nile. Their sweetness drifts lightly across the water before fading again into warm air. No one searches for its source. The river offers gifts that ask only to be noticed. A fisherman appears ahead. His papyrus skiff is scarcely longer than two men lying head to foot. He stands balanced with easy confidence while lifting a weighted net from the water. Drops fall from the woven mesh like strings of polished glass before returning to the river. Several tilapia flash silver within the folds. The cargo vessel passes at a respectful distance. The fisherman raises one hand. The captain answers with the smallest nod. Nothing more is needed. They belong to the same river, though each follows a different purpose. Farther downstream, another sound slowly reaches the crew. At first it is difficult to separate from the wind. Then it grows clearer, bronze, a gentle metallic rhythm. Somewhere beyond a stand of sycamore trees, a temple has begun its morning service. The sistrum sounds softly across the valley. Its delicate rattle rises and falls like sunlight touching water. Soon deeper notes follow, a framed drum. Then the distant voice of an end-blown flute carried lightly over the floodplain. The music never dominates the landscape. It becomes another current flowing quietly beside the river itself. No one aboard the vessel stops to listen, yet everyone hears. For a little while, the boat travels beside unseen prayers. The temple remains hidden behind palms and walls of mud brick. Only sound reaches the channel. The sailors continue their work without interruption. One adjusts the sail. Another checks the lashings securing the grain sacks. The scribe pauses only long enough to let a tiny drop of ink dry before rolling his scroll slightly tighter against the breeze. Ordinary hands continue ordinary tasks while sacred rituals unfold somewhere beyond sight. Perhaps this is how harmony truly lives. Not by separating the sacred from the everyday, but by allowing both to breathe within the same morning. The captain closes his eyes for only a single breath. The cool wind brushes his face. The distant music fades. The creaking timbers remain. The smell of river water, warm wood, and flax surrounds him once again. When he opens his eyes, the temple has already disappeared behind another line of trees. Only memory travels with the boat now. The sun climbs higher, reflections sharpen, the river loses the gentle silver of early morning and begins to shine with deeper gold. Heat gathers slowly within the planks beneath bare feet. The youngest sailor shifts his weight. The wood no longer feels cool. It has begun storing the day's warmth. Soon it will hold that warmth long after sunset. Just as it released yesterday's heat during the first hours of darkness, the vessel remembers both day and night. A dragonfly lands briefly upon the edge of the steering oar. Its transparent wings shimmer with colors almost too delicate to name. For several quiet heartbeats it remains perfectly still. Then, without warning, it lifts again and disappears into sunlight. The helmsman smiles. No one else notices. Some moments belong to only one pair of eyes. Ahead the river bends once more, not sharply. Only enough that the far shore slips gently from view behind a line of palms and reeds. Beyond it, another reach of the Nile waits unseen. The captain studies the changing current. The bowman reaches once again for the sounding pole. The rhythm of careful travel begins anew. Just as the river never repeats exactly the same water, the journey never repeats exactly the same morning, and so, without hurry, without announcement, the boat follows the Nile into another quiet bend, where new light, new birds, and new silence are already waiting beyond the curve. The curve unfolds with quiet patience. Nothing waits dramatically beyond it. No sudden monument rises above the palms. No gathering of voices disturbs the calm. Instead, the Nile offers another gentle stretch of living water, as though reminding every traveler that its greatest gift has never been surprise, but continuity. The boat settles naturally into the new reach. The sail draws a little less wind here. Its broad linen surface relaxes, the cloth rising and falling with slow breaths as lighter currents of air drift down the valley. The rigging answers with a soft creak, familiar now to every person aboard. Even silence has different textures. The silence beside open water is never the same as the silence beneath cliffs. Here it carries the distant rustle of reeds, the low murmur of moving current, the occasional splash of a fish disturbing the mirrored surface before vanishing beneath the opaque water once more. The youngest sailor leans carefully over the gunwale. He watches the river slide beneath the hull. The water is never truly transparent, rich with suspended silt. It hides its depths beneath shifting shades of brown, olive, and gold. Sunlight reaches only a short distance before dissolving into soft darkness below. Whatever lives there belongs to another world. Sometimes a broad shadow glides beneath the surface. Sometimes nothing appears at all. The Nile keeps many things unseen without making them mysterious. It simply does not hurry to reveal everything. The helmsman adjusts the steering oar by little more than the width of a hand. The vessel answers almost immediately. Its broad bow turns gently toward the deeper flow, avoiding a broad shelf of pale sand that shines faintly beneath the surface like a cloud resting under water. No command is spoken. The correction passes almost unnoticed. The captain has long believed that the finest journeys are made from movements too small for most people to remember. Ahead, the riverbank rises slightly. Acacia trees stand scattered along the higher ground where the annual flood no longer reaches. Their dark branches cast irregular patches of shade upon dry earth already warming beneath the climbing sun. Between them, narrow paths lead toward fields hidden farther inland. Soon figures appear. A farmer walks beside two oxen drawing a heavy wooden plow. The animals move slowly, their steady strength pressing the blade through moist soil left fertile by the river's yearly gift. Behind them, another member of the household scatters, seed across the freshly opened earth, with measured movements learned through repetition rather than instruction. No one rushes. The field has accepted this rhythm for generations. The sailors watch quietly as the scene drifts past. The work upon land and the work upon water seem different at first, yet both depend upon the same patient agreement with time. The river teaches waiting. The earth teaches waiting. Neither can be hurried by anxious hands. The breeze shifts once more. With it comes the dry fragrance of warming mud, brick walls mixed with the sweeter scent of crushed date fruit drying somewhere beyond the palms. A faint trace of wood smoke lingers beneath both. Breakfast fires have nearly finished their work. The valley has fully awakened. Birdsong grows richer. Sacred ibises move deliberately through shallow pools left beside irrigation channels. A kingfisher flashes blue above the reeds before disappearing into bright air. Far overhead, a falcon circles almost without moving its wings, suspended between earth and sky. The rhythm keeper rests his wooden clapper across his knees. No rowing is needed for the moment. The current carries the vessel with quiet confidence. Several sailors take the opportunity to examine their equipment. One rubs a little castor oil into hands roughened by wet rope. Another inspects the edge of a bronze knife used for cutting cord and repairing lashings. He turns it toward the sunlight, studying the reflection before returning it carefully to its place. Simple objects receive careful attention. A neglected tool may fail at the moment it is most needed. A cared-for tool quietly serves for many journeys. Near the center of the deck, the scribe lifts the lid from one of the water jars. He pours a little into his palm before moistening the black ink cake within his wooden palette. The hardened pigment softens slowly beneath the water, becoming ready once more beneath the tip of the reed pen. His next marks are smaller than those before. The boat moves gently enough now that even delicate writing becomes possible. The papyrus absorbs each stroke without complaint. For a moment, the only sounds nearby are the scratching of the reed pen and the quiet breathing of the sail overhead. The captain turns his gaze upward. The sky has become brilliantly clear. Only the faintest traces of morning mist remain along distant marshes where sunlight has not yet fully reached. Above everything else stretches a deep, endless blue. Invisible beneath its brightness, the order of the heavens continues unchanged. Though daylight now hides them, the stars have not departed. Sa still journeys beyond sight. Sopdet still follows its ancient path. The imperishable stars remain above the northern horizon, unseen but present, just as the current continues beneath the surface, whether anyone looks into the water or not. Perhaps this is why the people of the Nile never imagine that absence means disappearance. Some things simply wait beyond the eye until another hour reveals them again. The boat glides onward. Along the bank, clusters of lotus leaves spread across a sheltered inlet where the current scarcely reaches. White blossoms rest quietly upon the still water. Blue water lilies have opened beneath the strengthening sun. Dragonflies weave between them with effortless precision. The fragrance is delicate, almost impossible to separate from the warm scent of river water itself. One sailor notices it and smiles. It reminds him of nothing in particular. Only of mornings, only of the Nile. The vessel passes without disturbing the quiet pool. Its wake fades before reaching the flowers. Behind the boat, the blossoms continue floating exactly as they had before the travelers arrived. Ahead, another distant line of palms begins to gather along the horizon. Beyond them, the river disappears once again, not because it ends, only because every journey deserves another bend waiting patiently beyond the reach of sight. The line of palms grows clearer with every quiet moment. From a distance they seem to float upon the horizon. Now individual trunks begin to separate from one another, each casting its own narrow shadow across the fertile bank where earth still holds the memory of the river's last embrace. The breeze freshens gently. It travels the length of the floodplain before reaching the vessel, carrying with it the scent of warm flax fields, damp soil hidden beneath new growth, and the faint sweetness of ripening dates hanging high among the palms. The sail answers first. Its linen surface fills softly before settling again into a patient curve. No hurried adjustments are needed. One sailor merely loosens a brace line by the width of his hand, allowing the cloth to find its own balance against the northerly wind. The movement is so slight that the boat seems to respond almost by thought alone. Water slips quietly along the hull. The sound changes from time to time as the current brushes different timbers beneath the surface. Near the bow it whispers. Beside the broad middle of the hullet it deepens into a slow murmur. At the stern it curls away beneath the steering oar before disappearing into widening rings of light. The helmsman feels each change through the heavy wood beneath his hands. Long before his eyes notice another bend, the river has already spoken through pressure alone. He shifts the steering oar no more than a finger's breadth. The bow follows, not because it has been commanded, because wood, water, current, and patient hands have learned to move together. Along the western bank, a group of cattle stands beneath the broad canopy of a sycamore fig. The shade has become precious now that the morning approaches its fuller warmth. Several white birds wander between the animals' legs, searching the disturbed earth for insects hidden beneath the grass. Nearby, a young boy watches the herd with a quiet attention that asks for nothing except the passing of the hours. He notices the cargo vessel. For a moment he lifts his eyes from the cattle. Then the boat drifts beyond the trees, and he returns to the work already waiting for him. The river continues. The people continue. Neither asks the other to stop. Farther ahead, narrow canals return once more to meet the Nile after completing their gentle work among the fields. Their waters carry tiny fragments of floating reeds, scattered lotus leaves, and the rich color of recently stirred earth. As they merge with the main current, no boundary remains between them. The smaller journeys disappear into the larger one. The captain watches the joining waters with quiet satisfaction. Perhaps every voyage resembles this. Many small paths eventually finding a single direction. The scribe closes his scroll for a little while. Ink dries more quickly beneath the strengthening sun. He lays the reed pen across the wooden pallet and stretches his fingers, flexing joints that have held the same careful posture since early morning. Nearby, one of the sailors opens a woven basket. Inside rest coarse loaves of emmer bread wrapped in linen beside onions, and a small portion of dried fish prepared during an earlier stop along the river. The food is simple. Nothing aboard asks for luxury. Bread is broken quietly. An onion is divided with a bronze knife whose edge has already served rope, cloth, and timber throughout the journey. Pieces of dried fish are shared from hand to hand. No formal signal announces the meal. It arrives naturally, just as the morning itself has unfolded. A porous clay jar passes slowly among the crew. The cool water within has been protected by the vessel's thick earthen walls despite the growing heat. Each sailor drinks only what is needed before handing the jar onward. The river provides abundance. Wisdom teaches moderation. The youngest sailor pauses after drinking. His eyes wander toward the eastern desert where pale cliffs rise beyond the cultivated land. In the bright daylight, they appear almost weightless, their surfaces washed in ivory and warm gold. Yet he knows how cold those same stones became before sunrise. The memory remains close enough to feel. Morning has not erased the night. It has merely added another layer to it. Above the cliffs a hawk circles in widening arcs. It neither climbs nor descends for several long moments, held effortlessly upon rising currents of warm air. From the deck below it appears almost suspended outside the passing of time. The sailors continue eating. The hawk continues circling. The river continues flowing. Nothing competes with anything else. Everything simply exists together beneath the same clear sky. The breeze shifts again. This time it carries a different fragrance, incense, very faint, almost hidden beneath the smells of water and warm timber. Somewhere beyond the palms another temple has opened its courts to the day. The source remains invisible. Only the fragrance crosses the distance. It mingles briefly with the scent of the Nile before dissolving into open air. The captain breathes deeply. Then the moment passes. Ahead, the current gathers itself between two low stretches of bank where papyrus grows thicker once more. The surface darkens slightly where deeper water returns. The bowman rises. Without haste he reaches once again for the sounding pole resting beside the gunwale. His bare feet move confidently across the weathered deck. The polished wood is already warm beneath them. He lowers the pole into the river. The shaft slips steadily downward. For a heartbeat it touches nothing. Then far below, it meets the firm resistance of the riverbed. He lifts it once more. The channel is deep. His voice blends naturally with the wind. The captain inclines his head. The helmsman eases the steering oar toward the stronger flow. Without a ripple of urgency, the vessel enters the darker water. The papyrus ahead sways gently, opening and closing narrow glimpses of whatever waits beyond. Perhaps another village, perhaps open river, perhaps only another quiet hour carried patiently upon the Nile. The boat does not wander. It simply follows the current, trusting the river to reveal the next part of the day only. When the moment has truly arrived, the darker channel receives the vessel with a deeper, quieter voice. The water no longer scatters sunlight into countless bright fragments. Instead, it gathers the light into long, slow ribbons that drift beneath the hull before slipping silently astern. Papyrus closes gently around both banks. Their tall green stems lean together beneath the northerly breeze, then rise again with patient grace. Feathery crowns brush against one another, releasing a soft whisper that lingers in the warm air long after the wind has passed. For a time, the river feels narrower, not confined, protected. The boat seems to move through a living corridor where every sound becomes slightly softer than before. The bowman lifts the sounding pole once more. Droplets fall from its polished shaft in slow succession, striking the river with barely audible circles that widen until they disappear into the current. He lays the pole beside the gunwale. For now, the deeper water asks nothing more of him. The helmsman eases his shoulders. The pressure against the steering oar becomes lighter as the current settles into an even course. His hands remain upon the worn timber, though his grip relaxes almost imperceptibly. He has learned that control is not always firmness. Sometimes it is simply remaining present. A small breeze reaches across the deck. It carries the cool scent of wet reeds, mixed with the richer smell of mineral silt rising from the slow-moving water beneath them. Beneath those familiar fragrances rests another, the faint sweetness of crushed papyrus, where unseen stems have bent beneath birds or passing animals along the hidden shore. The youngest sailor inhales deeply. He cannot name every scent carried by the wind. He does not need to. Recognition often arrives before understanding. Near the center of the vessel, one of the older sailors kneels beside a heavy mooring rope. Though hours remain before evening, he patiently unwinds its coils, inspecting every length of twisted flax. Here and there he pauses to smooth a section flattened by strain. One short frayed fiber is trimmed away with a bronze knife. The rope is coiled again, neater than before. Even the lines that rest unused receive attention. The Nile rewards preparation long before it rewards strength. Far above the river, the sky has become almost white near the sun. The warmth now settles fully across the valley. Mud brick walls release the coolness they held through the night. Stone steps descending toward the water begin to warm beneath bare feet. Along distant fields, the darker green of flax contrasts gently with the lighter tones of emmer wheat moving beneath the breeze in slow waves that resemble the current itself. Water and grain answer the same wind, only their voices differ. A flock of sacred ibises appears ahead. They rise together from a shallow inlet where the current has left a quiet pool among the reeds. White wings brighten suddenly against the blue sky. Long black beaks point northward as the birds circle once above the river before settling again beyond the next stand of papyrus. Their landing disturbs the still water for only a moment. Soon the pool becomes smooth once more. The captain watches until the last ripple disappears. Nothing in the valley seems eager to leave a mark. Even movement prefers gentleness. The scribe reopens his scroll. He studies the previous lines for a moment before adding another careful entry. The reed pen scratches softly across the papyrus. Black ink dries almost immediately beneath the strengthening sun. He pauses to blow lightly across the fresh marks, then rolls the scroll just enough to protect the completed record from dust carried by the breeze. Beside him, a small wooden chest remains closed. Inside rest spare reed pens, cakes of black and red ink, and additional sheets of papyrus prepared from the same river that now carries the vessel northward. The Nile records itself in many ways, in water, in harvest, in memory, and sometimes in quiet lines of ink. A faint splash breaks the stillness. Not far from the port side, several fish rise together near the surface before vanishing beneath the opaque water. Expanding circles catch the sunlight for only a heartbeat. Then they become indistinguishable from the river around them. One sailor smiles toward the place where they disappeared. He says nothing. Silence allows the moment to remain whole. The breeze freshens again. The linen sail swells gently overhead. Its broad surface casts a shifting patch of shade that slowly travels across the deck. As the boat changes its angle within the channel, the sailors step through alternating warmth and coolness without noticing. Their bodies have already accepted the rhythm of light. Ahead, the papyrus begins to thin. Between the green walls, broader glimpses of the valley appear. Date palms return first, then a line of sycamore figs. Beyond them, fields shimmer beneath the late morning sun, where farmers continue their patient work beside irrigation dikes. No gesture appears hurried. A wooden hoe rises. It falls. A pair of oxen takes another measured step. Water slips quietly through a narrow canal toward waiting crops. The same tasks performed yesterday. The same tasks to be performed tomorrow. Repetition here is not monotony. It is continuity. The people of the Nile do not measure time only by passing days. They live within returning seasons. The flood arrives. The waters withdraw. Fields emerge. Harvest follows. Then waiting begins again. As the boat glides beyond the shelter of the reeds, the current broadens once more beneath the bow. The river opens like an unwritten scroll. Another reach lies ahead, bright beneath the climbing sun, carrying unseen villages, hidden temple choirs, quiet fishermen, resting birds, and patient bends that reveal themselves only to those willing to travel at the pace of the water. Without command, without ceremony, the vessel enters the wider Nile once again. The river continues its ancient conversation, and the travelers, almost without realizing it, have begun to understand its language not through words, but through days gently lived upon its surface. The wider water welcomes the vessel as though no narrower channel had ever existed. Behind the stern, the papyrus slowly becomes part of the distant shoreline once again, its green walls dissolving into softer shapes beneath the brightening light. Ahead, the Nile breathes more freely, stretching across the valley with the quiet confidence of something that has followed the same path for longer than memory can measure. The current is gentle here, not weak, simply certain. It asks little of the crew beyond attention. The captain rests one hand upon the smooth edge of the gunwale. Years of sun have bleached the acacia until its grain shines silver beneath the light. Tiny cracks run along the timber where countless mornings have dried the dew and countless evenings have released the day's warmth back into cooling air. His fingertips pass slowly across those familiar lines. A boat also remembers, not through thought, through wear. Every polished corner has been shaped by hands, every softened edge by passing seasons. The wood has learned the weight of grain sacks, the pull of wet rope, the pressure of bare feet, the quiet rhythm of men who rarely stand still for long. Nearby, another sailor kneels beside one of the large storage amphorae. Its clay stopper remains sealed beneath a layer of tied linen. He presses gently against the seal before moving on to the next. No jar has shifted. No binding has loosened. The river has carried the cargo kindly. Above them, the rectangular sail fills once more. Its lower edge ripples with small waves of fabric before settling into a broad, steady curve. The mast gives a low wooden sigh, answered immediately by the taut flax stays stretching toward bow and stern. These sounds have accompanied the travelers since dawn. Already they have become part of breathing itself. The youngest sailor looks toward the eastern bank. Stone steps descend quietly into the water. A woman kneels there filling a clay water jar, while another waits beside her holding an empty basket woven from split palm fiber. Neither seems disturbed by the passing vessel. Boats come, boats go. The river remains. Farther above the landing, narrow streets wind between whitewashed mud, brick houses whose flat roofs shimmer beneath the strengthening sun. A child appears briefly upon one rooftop. He watches the boat with open curiosity until a voice from below gently calls him away. Soon only empty sky remains above the house. The village slowly slips behind a curtain of palms. A faint breeze crosses the open deck once more. It carries with it warm dust from the higher banks beyond cultivation where desert begins reclaiming the land. The scent is dry, clean, and almost weightless. Moments later, another breath of air arrives from the opposite side of the river. This one smells entirely different. Fresh water, green reeds, damp earth. The two winds meet above the deck before continuing together downstream. Desert and river touch one another for only an instant. Neither loses itself. Both continue unchanged. The helmsman glances toward the meeting of those invisible currents. Perhaps balance often arrives this quietly. Not through struggle, only through coexistence. The bow cuts gently across a broad patch of floating lotus leaves. The blossoms themselves remain untouched. The current parts the leaves just enough for the hull to pass before drawing them together once more behind the stern. Nothing has been broken, only borrowed. Dragonflies skim low across the water. Their wings catch the sun in flashes of pale blue and bronze before vanishing against the brightness. Occasionally one settles upon a lotus leaf for the space of a single breath. Then it lifts again without disturbing even the smallest ripple. Near the stern, the rhythm keeper lifts his wooden clapper, not to begin rowing, only to test the smoothness of its worn surface with his thumb. The polished wood carries tiny marks left by years of careful use. Each groove was carved unintentionally by another hand, another journey, another season. He smiles faintly before laying it across his knees once again. There is comfort in tools that ask for nothing except honest work. The sun climbs higher still. Shadows shorten across the deck. The warmth beneath bare feet becomes more noticeable now, though the steady breeze flowing above the river continues to soften the heat before it grows uncomfortable. One sailor removes his simple linen headcloth for a moment, shakes away the fine dust gathered there, then ties it once more around his brow with practiced ease. No movement aboard is wasted. Even rest happens efficiently. The scribe uncovers the water jar again. He drinks slowly before allowing a small amount of cool water to flow across his wrists. Within moments the breeze carries away the moisture, leaving only relief behind. Tiny acts become precious beneath an Egyptian sun. The captain watches him without speaking. Water is never taken carelessly here. It is respected long before it is consumed. Ahead, the riverbank begins to change again. The cultivated fields draw closer to the water. Irrigation canals branch outward from the Nile like delicate veins carrying life across the floodplain. Their quiet surfaces reflect the same sky as the greater river, though their journeys are much shorter. Along one canal, a pair of donkeys stands patiently beneath the shade of a date palm, while bundles of harvested flax rest upon the ground nearby. A farmer pauses to wipe perspiration from his forehead with the back of his hand before returning to his work. Nothing urges him to hurry. The day is long enough. The Nile has always preferred steady hands to hurried ones. From somewhere beyond the palms comes the distant bark of a village dog. A moment later another answers. Then silence returns as naturally as it departed. Even sound here seems unwilling to linger longer than necessary. The boat continues northward. The wake stretches behind it in two long shimmering lines before fading into the countless reflections scattered across the broad water. Soon it becomes impossible to distinguish where the vessel has been from where the river simply continues. Perhaps this is why the Nile has carried so many generations without growing heavy with memory. It does not cling to what has already passed. It carries each journey gently onward until it becomes part of the endless movement that has always belonged to the river itself. And somewhere beyond the bright horizon, where the water bends once again beyond sight, another quiet hour waits with the same patient certainty that has guided every traveler who has ever entrusted their day to the Nile. The river carries the boat onward with the quiet assurance of something that has never needed to prove its strength. Behind the vessel, the village slowly dissolves into distance until the white walls become pale shapes among the palms, and then even those fade into the brightness of the day. Nothing truly disappears. It simply becomes part of the landscape from which it first emerged. The crew settles once again into the gentle rhythm that belongs to travel. There is little conversation. Words have their place upon the Nile, but silence has always traveled farther. A sailor seated near the bow reaches beside him and lifts a small woven basket. Inside lie several coils of thin flax cord, a wooden awl, and a handful of spare lashings prepared for unexpected repairs. He examines each cord slowly, feeling the fibers between his fingertips. Dry flax has its own voice. It resists the fingers with a faint stiffness before yielding slightly beneath warmth. Satisfied, he places everything back exactly where it belongs. Nothing aboard is left to chance. The captain believes that careful order allows the mind to become quiet. Disorder asks to be remembered. Order allows forgetting. The breeze shifts once again. This time it arrives cooler, having crossed the broad surface of the river before reaching the deck. It brushes across exposed skin, carrying away the growing warmth that has gathered beneath the sun. For a few peaceful moments, every sailor lifts his face, almost unconsciously, toward the wind. Relief asks for no ceremony. It is enough simply to receive it. The sail answers with a slow ripple. Its broad linen cloth glows softly against the blue sky, every woven thread briefly visible where sunlight passes through it. Years earlier, those fibers had grown as flax beside waters much like these. Now they return each day above the same river, transformed into something that gathers wind instead of sunlight. The Nile changes everything it touches, yet somehow allows each thing to remain itself. A pair of ducks erupts suddenly from the reeds ahead. Their wings beat rapidly against the still air before they settle farther downstream, where the current bends around a quiet sandbank. The disturbance lasts only moments. Soon the only sound remaining is the gentle washing of water against the hull. The helmsman watches the sandbank carefully. Its pale surface lies only a little beneath the water, almost invisible except where sunlight reflects differently across the shallows. He turns the steering oar slightly. The vessel glides toward deeper water without effort. No shouted warning, no hurried correction, only understanding earned through years of watching rivers speak without voices. The boat passes safely beyond. The hidden sand returns to silence. On the western shore, broad mud, brick granaries rise above the surrounding fields. Their rounded forms catch the sunlight differently from the houses nearby. Several donkeys stand waiting beside them while laborers move steadily between storage buildings carrying woven baskets balanced across wooden shoulder poles. Near the entrance, a scribe stands beneath a simple shade awning. A papyrus scroll rests across his hands as another worker approaches with grain. Even from the river, the slow precision of his work is unmistakable. Measure, record, continue. The movement repeats with quiet certainty. Grain feeds households. Grain pays workers. Grain fills the granaries that carry one season gently toward the next. The cargo vessel drifts onward before details disappear. Soon only the rounded roofs remain visible above the palms. Then they too fade behind trees. Near midday, the sunlight grows whiter. Shadows retreat beneath the boat itself. The river reflects so much brightness that the crew narrows their eyes when looking toward open water. Even the darker current sparkles now. One sailor dips his hand briefly into the Nile. The water feels noticeably cooler than the air surrounding him. He lets it run slowly between his fingers before lifting his hand again. Droplets fall back one after another, leaving thin dark marks upon the weathered deck, until the sun quietly dries them away. The captain notices but says nothing. Small moments of comfort belong to everyone. Above the eastern cliffs, heat begins to shimmer. The limestone seems almost to breathe as rising air softens its distant outlines. Yet the river below remains steady. Its surface changes with wind. Its direction does not. Perhaps certainty does not always appear rigid. Sometimes it flows. A kingfisher flashes across the bow. For the briefest instant its brilliant colors burn against the pale river before disappearing into reeds on the opposite bank. Several sailors smile. None attempt to follow it with their eyes for long. Beauty asks less from us when we allow it to come and go freely. The fragrance of warm cedar drifts upward from one of the cargo compartments, where carefully cut timbers rest among other goods secured for the journey north. The scent mingles with acacia wood, river water, flax rope, and sun-warmed clay until no single fragrance stands apart from the others. The boat has developed its own quiet aroma. Those who travel upon her every day scarcely notice it. Yet anyone stepping aboard for the first time would immediately understand that this vessel belongs entirely to the Nile. The bowman rises once again, not because danger waits ahead, because attention itself has become part of the voyage. He plants the sounding pole gently into the river. The shaft slides downward. The current presses softly against the polished wood. A heartbeat later the pole meets the riverbed. Firm, deep enough, he lifts it free. A few shining drops remain clinging to the smooth grain before falling back into the current. The captain nods. No words pass between them. None are needed. Beyond the next gentle reach, the river begins widening once more beneath the full light of the approaching afternoon. The breeze remains faithful. The current remains patient. The vessel continues northward, carried between water and sky so quietly that the passing hours seem less like time moving forward than like the Nile slowly unfolding another page of the same endless day. Afternoon settles over the valley without announcing its arrival. There is no single moment when morning ends. The light simply becomes fuller. The warmth gathers more deeply upon the wooden deck. The fragrance of damp earth slowly gives way to the dry perfume of sunlit fields, while the breeze, still faithful from the north, continues to smooth the heat before it grows heavy. The Nile accepts every change without altering its own quiet purpose. The cargo vessel glides onward. Its shadow, once long upon the water, now rests close beneath the hull, a dark companion moving in perfect silence across the riverbed hidden below the opaque current. The captain studies the changing color of the water. Near the eastern bank it grows slightly greener, where submerged reeds reach outward beneath the surface. Toward midstream it deepens again into rich brown, carrying countless grains of fertile silt that have traveled farther than any sailor aboard can remember. Each handful of water contains distant mountains, forgotten rains, and seasons long past. The river carries not only boats, it carries time itself. The youngest sailor kneels beside the gunwale. A fine layer of grain dust has gathered upon the planks after the morning's gentle motion. He brushes it away with a bundle of dried reeds. Golden particles rise briefly into the sunlight before drifting back onto the deck or disappearing into the wind. Soon the timber is clean again. Simple work leaves the mind wonderfully unoccupied. The older sailor nearby notices a tiny bead of moisture forming where morning dew had settled deep within a seam between two planks, protected from the sun. He presses a cloth gently into the narrow gap. The wood drinks the last coolness of the night. By evening it will begin storing warmth again. Nothing aboard the vessel remains exactly the same for very long. The river changes it. The sun changes it. Even stillness changes it. Ahead, a low sandbank curves gently through the middle of the Nile. Its pale surface rises just above the water, bright enough to seem almost white beneath the afternoon light. Several Nile crocodiles rest there in complete stillness. Their heavy bodies appear carved from the same earth upon which they lie. Only an occasional blink reveals that they are living creatures. The captain guides the vessel farther into the main channel. No fear moves among the crew, only quiet respect. The river belongs to many lives besides their own. The sailors continue speaking softly, allowing the boat to pass without disturbing the resting animals. Before long, the sandbank slips astern. The crocodiles never move. They return naturally to the silence from which they first appeared. The breeze freshens. The rectangular sail fills more firmly now, and the mast leans ever so slightly against the gentle pull of the linen. Above, the rigging sings in a higher voice as the flax lines tighten. The sound is thin and steady, almost like distant insects hidden somewhere beyond the fields. One sailor rises to inspect the brace lines. His hands travel along each knot with slow confidence. Every loop has been tied countless times. Every knot remembers another voyage. When he finishes, he rests his palm briefly against the mast itself. Warm wood answers warm skin. Nothing more is required. Across the western bank, irrigation canals shimmer beneath the sun. Water enters each basin quietly before continuing onward through carefully shaped earthen dikes. A pair of farmers stand ankle, deep within the damp soil, guiding the flow with wooden tools, allowing one section of earth to drink before directing the water toward another. The river reaches far beyond its own banks. Its journey continues wherever life follows it. Several geese wander between the fields, pulling tender shoots from the ground while children guide them gently with long reeds. Laughter drifts faintly across the water before dissolving into distance. The sound is carried away almost immediately by the open valley. It leaves behind not silence, but peace. The scribe rolls his shoulders slowly. Hours spent leaning above papyrus have left a quiet stiffness there. He closes the scroll and places it carefully inside a wooden chest beside cakes of black and red ink, spare reed pens, and neatly prepared sheets waiting for future entries. Records, like journeys, are written one patient line at a time. He looks toward the water instead. For several moments, he simply watches sunlight breaking into countless fragments upon the ripples. Perhaps there are hours that ask to be remembered, and others that ask only to be lived. A kingfisher returns, flying so low that its reflection nearly touches its wings. It disappears beneath the shade of overhanging papyrus before emerging again into open light farther downstream. The crew follows its brief passage with quiet eyes. Then attention returns naturally to the boat. The rhythm of travel leaves little room for holding on to passing things. The captain lifts one of the porous clay water jars. Its outer surface feels cool despite the afternoon warmth. Tiny beads of moisture shimmer across the earthen wall where slow evaporation has protected the water within. He drinks only a little before passing the vessel onward. The jar continues from hand to hand until every sailor has taken enough. No more, no less. The river teaches abundance. The journey teaches restraint. Far ahead, the broad water begins narrowing almost imperceptibly around another gentle bend lined with sycamore figs whose wide branches cast generous shadows across the bank. Their leaves tremble softly beneath the breeze. From somewhere within their shade comes the faint call of hidden birds preparing for the long afternoon. The vessel turns with the current. not resisting, not surrendering, simply following. Its wake stretches briefly behind before dissolving into the countless ripples that have always belonged to the Nile. Soon there is no visible trace that the boat has passed this place at all. Only the river remains, carrying another quiet hour toward the distant north, beneath the patient light of the Egyptian sky. The bend draws the vessel gently toward the shade. The broad crowns of the sycamore figs lean over the water, their branches extending far enough that scattered leaves drift silently onto the current below. Some settle upon the surface and begin a slow journey of their own, turning lazily as the river receives them without preference. The cargo boat glides beneath their shadow. For a few precious moments the light softens. The warmth upon the deck eases. Even the air seems to change its character, carrying the cool scent of leaves that have rested above flowing water since dawn. Several sailors lift their eyes into the branches. Small birds move among the figs almost invisibly. Their songs fall through the leaves in brief phrases before disappearing into the wider silence of the valley. The sounds ask for no audience. They simply belong to the afternoon. The captain removes one hand from the steering rail and lets his fingers brush lightly across the smooth edge of the gunwale. The timber feels different here. Where sunlight has not touched it for a while, the wood still carries a trace of the morning's coolness. It reminds him how quickly the river changes from one reach to the next, not through great distances, only through light. Beyond the shade, brightness waits again. The boat emerges slowly into the open river. Sunlight returns across the sail in a broad wash of pale gold. Its woven fibers glow almost white for an instant before settling once more into softer tones. The linen moves gently overhead, rising and falling with each quiet breath of wind. The rigging answers in familiar voices, a low wooden creak, the faint tightening of flax rope, the delicate flutter of loose cloth before the breeze fills it again. No sound aboard has become unwelcome. Each has repeated itself so often that together they become the music of travel. Near the bow, one sailor kneels beside the sounding pole. Rather than lowering it immediately into the river, he studies its polished shaft. Small scratches cross the smooth wood where countless riverbeds have met its tip. The marks cannot tell one journey from another. Together they have become a single memory. He wipes away a thin layer of drying silt with a damp cloth before placing the pole carefully back into its resting place. Preparation is never wasted, even when nothing needs repairing. Far ahead, a small papyrus skiff appears near the eastern bank. Its fisherman works alone. He stands quietly while gathering a flax net from the water hand over hand. The wet mesh catches the afternoon light, each droplet shining briefly before falling back into the Nile. A few silver fish twist gently within its folds. The fisherman removes them with calm, practiced movements. Nothing hurried, nothing dramatic. The river has offered enough for today. The cargo vessel passes at a respectful distance. Neither crew interrupts the other's work. Two different lives continue side by side upon the same water. The smell of fresh fish reaches the larger boat only for a moment before dissolving into the cleaner scent of open river. Soon another fragrance follows, warm papyrus. Its tall stems have stood beneath the afternoon sun for many hours now, releasing a dry, grassy sweetness whenever the breeze bends them together. The valley carries these scents lightly, None remain long enough to overpower the next. Perhaps memory works the same way, holding gently, never tightly. A dragonfly settles upon one of the mooring posts near the bow. Its transparent wings shimmer with bronze and pale blue. It remains perfectly still while the boat continues moving beneath it. For several heartbeats, insect and vessel travel together. Then, without warning, the dragonfly rises into the warm air and vanishes toward the reeds. The mooring post remains exactly as before. Only the moment has changed. Toward the western bank, broad fields of emmer wheat ripple beneath the steady northerly wind. From this distance the grain resembles another river flowing beside the Nile, its surface rising and falling in slow waves of green touched with hints of gold. A farmer pauses beside the edge of the field. He leans upon the handle of his wooden hoe and looks briefly toward the passing boat. No greeting is exchanged. Distance itself becomes the greeting. After a quiet moment he returns to his work. The vessel continues north. The field continues growing. Neither interrupts the other. The scribe opens his wooden chest once more. Instead of reaching immediately for his papyrus, he carefully arranges the reed pens resting inside. Some are newly cut. Others have grown shorter after many careful sharpenings. Each still serves. He runs his thumb gently along one smooth shaft before placing it beside the others. Even writing begins with caring for the tool that carries thought. The afternoon breeze strengthens slightly, not enough to trouble the river, only enough for the sail to draw a little more fully. The boat responds almost gratefully. Its pace increases so gently that only the changing pattern of ripples beside the hull reveals the difference. The helmsman feels it first through the steering oar. The pressure becomes firmer, more alive. He adjusts his stance without conscious effort. Years upon the Nile have taught his body to answer before thought arrives. Clouds remain absent. The sky stretches clear from one horizon to the other. Only a faint haze softens the distant limestone cliffs, where rising warmth blurs their edges into pale bands of ivory and amber. The cliffs seem almost suspended above the valley, as though the earth itself had become lighter beneath the afternoon sun. A kingfisher calls somewhere behind the reeds, invisible now, known only by its brief, sharp voice. The sound lingers for an instant before disappearing into the steady whisper of wind moving through papyrus. Every voice here returns eventually to silence, not because it has ended, because silence is where every sound upon the Nile quietly belongs. The captain lifts his eyes toward the river ahead. The afternoon still has many peaceful hours waiting within it. The current remains steady. The wind remains faithful. The boat continues onward with neither haste nor hesitation, following the same living water that has carried farmers, fishermen, scribes, priests, merchants, and countless quiet travelers through generations beyond counting. And before the next bend has fully revealed itself, the Nile is already preparing another landscape, another fragrance, another gentle conversation between light and water that no traveler has ever seen in quite the same way before. The afternoon deepens so gently that no one aboard notices the exact moment it begins to soften. The sun still stands high, yet its light has lost a little of its sharpness. Across the water, reflections lengthen ever so slightly, becoming smoother, calmer, as though the river itself has begun preparing for the quiet descent toward evening long before the sky reveals its intention. The boat continues beneath a faithful wind. The linen sail holds its graceful curve, with almost no effort from the crew. Its shadow slides slowly across the deck as the vessel alters its heading by the smallest degree, following the invisible path of the deeper current. A narrow ribbon of cool shade passes over the bare feet of the sailors. Then warmth returns again. Light and shadow exchange places without anyone needing to notice. Near the bow, the youngest sailor sits quietly beside a coil of flax rope. He untees it completely. Not because it must be used, only because a rope left too long in the same coil begins to remember its own shape. Patient fingers separate every loop. The fibers relax beneath his hands before he winds them together once more, each circle resting neatly upon the last. The finished coil lies flatter than before. Sometimes care means preventing tomorrow's difficulty while today remains peaceful. The captain watches without interrupting. He has learned that the smallest habits often protect the longest journeys. The breeze carries another fragrance across the open water. This time it is the warm scent of sun-dried mud brick. Somewhere beyond the palms another settlement rests upon slightly higher ground, safely above the reach of the annual flood. The houses themselves remain hidden. Only their presence reaches the river. A thin column of cooking smoke rises above the trees before dissolving into the blue sky. Perhaps bread is already being prepared for the evening. Perhaps onions are being sliced in shaded courtyards. The day continues differently for every household. Yet all of them remain quietly connected by the same river flowing past their doors. The helmsman lowers his eyes toward the surface beside the stern. Tiny currents fold around the steering oar in delicate patterns. Each movement presses gently against the polished wood. He does not force the river. He listens to it through his hands. The Nile offers countless small suggestions. Only rarely does it require correction. A soft splash breaks the stillness. Not the heavy movement of a hippopotamus. Not the quick leap of fish. Only a turtle slipping from a warm stone into the water as the boat approaches the bank. Concentric circles spread slowly across the quiet surface before fading into the greater current. Even caution here is gentle. Far overhead, a marsh harrier glides along the edge of the floodplain. Its wings remain almost motionless while warm air carries it above fields, canals, and reeds. Below, the crew continues their work with equal economy of movement. Nothing wastes strength. Nothing wastes silence. The scribe opens one of the storage baskets resting beside his chest. Inside, several papyrus scrolls lie wrapped carefully in linen to protect them from dust. He checks each bundle with quiet precision before tying the cloth once again. The scrolls are dry. The cords remain firm. He smiles faintly. Sometimes the absence of problems is itself a quiet blessing. The boat passes a small landing where stone steps descend into the Nile. Several empty clay jars wait beside the lowest step, cooling in the shade while their owners work somewhere beyond the palms. No voices reach the water. Only the jars remain, patient beneath the afternoon light. Soon the landing disappears behind reeds. Its stillness remains. The older sailor kneels beside the mast. A tiny strand of flax has loosened where one line rubs gently against another. He twists the fibers together with careful fingertips, smoothing them back into place before wear can deepen. The repair takes only moments. Yet perhaps that single moment saves many more. The mast answers with its familiar quiet creak. Satisfied, he returns to his place. The Nile rarely rewards those who wait for small problems to become large ones. Ahead, the river widens around a low island formed from deposited silt. Young reeds cover its edges. Several geese rest there, their white feathers bright beneath the afternoon sun. As the cargo vessel approaches, they lift calmly into the air, not in fear, simply making room. They circle once above the island before settling upon another stretch of quiet water farther away. The island remains exactly as it was. The river continues flowing around both sides before joining itself again beyond the reeds. Division lasts only a little while. Union comes naturally. The captain follows the deeper branch without hesitation. The bow glides smoothly between patches of floating vegetation. Lotus leaves part softly before the hull and close again behind it, leaving almost no sign that anything has passed. Only the faint wake remains. Even that soon disappears beneath countless ripples shaped by wind alone. The afternoon light begins touching the limestone cliffs with warmer color. The pale stone slowly gathers hints of amber where moments before it had reflected almost white. The valley seems to breathe more slowly now. Heat no longer rises quite so fiercely from the earth. The breeze carries longer across the water before fading. A distant temple, hidden entirely by palms, announces its presence only through fragrance. A trace of burning incense drifts across the river, so faint that one might mistake it for memory. It mingles with the smell of warm timber, damp rope, river silt, and drying reeds until no single scent stands alone. Together they become the quiet perfume of an ordinary day upon the Nile. The youngest sailor closes his eyes for a single breath, not to sleep, only to listen. The whisper of papyrus, the gentle pull of water against the hull, the distant wings of unseen birds, the creak of the mast, the soft rustle of linen overhead. When he opens his eyes again, nothing has changed, and yet everything feels newly noticed. Perhaps that is how the Nile teaches, never through lessons, only through patient repetition that slowly becomes understanding. The boat continues northward beneath the steady afternoon sky. The river asks for nothing except time. And the travelers, without speaking of it, continue offering exactly that. The breeze lingers a little longer after passing through the sail. Its coolness moves across the deck in quiet waves, slipping between coils of rope around sealed amphorae, beneath the woven basket that holds the crew's remaining bread, until it finally disappears over the opposite gunwale to continue its own unseen journey down the valley. No one watches it leave. Its work has already been done. The captain lifts his eyes toward the western bank. The sunlight has begun leaning ever so slightly in that direction. Though the afternoon still holds many peaceful hours, the cliffs no longer shine with the pale brightness of midday. Instead, warm honey-colored tones begin collecting within their weathered faces, revealing small ledges and ancient layers that harsher light had hidden. Stone, too, changes its voice as the day grows older. The cargo vessel continues at the same measured pace. Nothing urges it forward except the current itself. The sailors have long abandoned the desire to hurry. On the Nile, distance is crossed one quiet reach at a time. Near the mast, one crewman lifts a woven palm fiber basket from beneath a folded linen cloth. Inside rests a small collection of onions, several garlic bulbs, and the final pieces of dried fish prepared during an earlier mooring. He counts them without speaking. not because anyone doubts there will be enough, simply because careful travelers become familiar with what accompanies them. The basket is covered once again. Even food seems calmer when treated with patience. Beside the stern, the helmsman bends slightly and dips his fingertips into the river. The water slides across his skin before returning to the current. He rubs the cool moisture between his hands, removing the fine dust left by rope and sun-warmed timber. Within moments the breeze dries them completely. The Nile offers refreshment without asking anything in return. Across the eastern shore, reeds part gently where a narrow irrigation canal returns its borrowed water to the greater river. The meeting is almost invisible. Only a faint difference in color reveals where one current joins another. The captain watches the merging waters for a long moment. No canal keeps its water, no river keeps its rain. Everything continues by passing itself onward. A small flock of pelicans appears far ahead. They float quietly near the edge of a sheltered backwater, their pale bodies reflected almost perfectly upon the still surface. As the larger vessel approaches, they do not rush into flight. Instead, one after another, they paddle calmly toward deeper water before lifting heavily into the breeze. Their broad wings beat only a few times before the wind begins carrying them with effortless grace. Soon they become white shapes against the immense blue sky. The youngest sailor follows them until they vanish. Then his attention returns naturally to the deck beneath him. Wonder does not need to last forever, only long enough to be felt. The scribe opens his writing chest once more. This time he does not write. Instead, he removes his reed pens one by one, trimming the tip of one with a small bronze blade before smoothing its edge against a flat piece of polished wood. Each careful stroke prepares the pen for words not yet written. There is quiet satisfaction in readiness. Many useful tasks exist before necessity arrives. The river broadens again. Its far bank softens into a pale green line where palms, sycamores, and cultivated fields blend together beneath the afternoon haze. Closer to the boat, the water remains richly colored with suspended silt. Sunlight enters only a little way before dissolving into hidden depth. The Nile never reveals everything beneath its surface, not because it hides, because not everything asks to be seen. A fisherman stands knee deep beside the bank washing a flax net. He lifts one corner into the light, searching patiently for torn knots or broken strands. Finding one, he kneels upon the damp earth and begins repairing it immediately with practiced fingers. The cargo vessel drifts past before the work is finished. No doubt he will remain there until every opening has been made whole again. The river rewards careful repair. It rarely forgives neglect. The breeze freshens for a little while. The linen sail fills more deeply than it has since morning. Its shadow slides slowly across the amphorae arranged within the hold. Clay warms and cools beneath passing shade. The jars themselves remain perfectly still, held securely by rope and timber against every gentle movement of the boat. One sailor places his hand lightly against the nearest amphora. He feels only quiet stability. Satisfied, he withdraws it again. The older sailor rises and walks slowly toward the bow. Bare feet know every plank. Some boards flex almost imperceptibly, others remain firm beneath each step. He notices both without thinking. Familiar places teach themselves to those who spend enough time listening. A dragonfly lands briefly upon the polished tip of the sounding pole. Its delicate wings catch the afternoon sun like thin sheets of hammered bronze. For several breaths it remains there, sharing the boat's journey without effort. Then it lifts silently toward the reeds, leaving no sign it had ever been present except the memory carried by a single pair of watching eyes. From somewhere far beyond the western palms comes the distant resonance of a bronze sistrum. The sound is so faint that the wind nearly carries it away before it reaches the river. A few slow notes, nothing more. Perhaps an afternoon rite within a temple hidden among the trees. Perhaps priests moving quietly through shaded courts where polished stone still holds the coolness of morning. The crew listens without pausing their work. The sacred does not interrupt the ordinary here. It moves beside it like another current flowing through the same valley. The sunlight grows a shade softer still, not yet the colors of evening, only the first quiet promise that the day, like every voyage, continues gently toward its next season. Ahead, the Nile bends almost invisibly beyond a line of palms whose reflections tremble upon the water. Beyond that curve waits another reach of river, untouched by the eyes of these travelers. The captain smiles almost too faintly to notice. There is comfort in knowing that the Nile never runs out of quiet places. And so the vessel follows the current once again, leaving behind no more than a widening wake that slowly fades into the endless breathing of the river itself. The bend opens quietly before the bow. There is no sharp turn, only a slow unfolding, as though the Nile has gently lifted another corner of its endless scroll and invited the travelers to continue reading. The water widens first, then the banks drift farther apart until the valley seems to breathe more deeply around them. The afternoon light has become warmer now. It settles upon the river with a softer hand than before, changing bright reflections into long ribbons of muted gold that sway gently beneath the movement of the current. Each ripple carries its own fragment of sunlight. Together they form a path that never remains in the same place for longer than a heartbeat. The captain watches it without trying to follow any single reflection. The river is not meant to be held, only accompanied. A pair of donkeys appears beside a narrow landing where worn stone steps descend into the Nile. Bundles of freshly cut flax are secured across their backs with braided rope. They stand patiently beneath the shade of a date palm, while their keeper kneels beside one of the packs, tightening a loosened knot with slow, practiced fingers. No urgency reaches the landing. The day still offers enough time. The vessel glides past without disturbing the quiet work. The breeze returns from across the open water. It slips beneath the edge of the sail and moves through the rigging with a clear, gentle whistle. The sound rises, lingers for a few moments, then fades again. No two breaths of wind ever sing exactly the same melody. The older sailor lifts one hand toward the mast, not because anything has changed, only because habit asks him to feel the steady pull of the stays. The flax lines remain firm. The mast answers with its familiar strength. He smiles to himself before lowering his hand again. Trust grows slowly, like wood drying beneath many summers, like rope strengthened by countless careful hands. Near the stern, the helmsman notices a drifting cluster of reeds turning lazily within a small whirl of slower water. He eases the steering oar only slightly. The hull responds almost before the movement is finished, slipping quietly back toward the stronger current where the river continues its patient course northward. The drifting reeds remain behind, turning gently within their own small circle until distance slowly hides them from view. Not every current carries one forward. Some exist only to remind the traveler which direction truly belongs to the river. The youngest sailor reaches beneath a folded linen cloth and removes his wooden headrest. He studies its smooth curved surface while rubbing away a fine layer of grain dust gathered during the day. The polished wood fits naturally against his palm. Tonight, when darkness returns and the boat rests once more beside the bank, it will support his neck beneath the stars exactly as it has through many earlier nights. Simple things often become faithful companions, not because they are beautiful, because they remain. Across the eastern floodplain, women move quietly between garden walls carrying woven baskets filled with fresh vegetables gathered beneath the afternoon sun. Garlic, leeks, lettuce. The fragrance never reaches the river. Only the sight of steady movement beneath palms tells its own quiet story. Nearby, a narrow canal reflects the sky so perfectly that, for a moment, it appears to be another piece of the Nile resting peacefully among the fields. The two waters never compete. Each serves where it has been guided. The scribe leans back against a grain sack. His writing chest remains closed. For the first time since morning, both of his hands rest quietly in his lap. He watches a dragonfly weaving above the river. It darts suddenly toward the surface before rising again, chasing insects too small for human eyes to notice. Its path seems unpredictable. Yet somehow it never collides with wind, water, reed, or wing. The captain notices the same flight. He wonders whether wisdom always follows straight lines. The afternoon breeze grows cooler by almost an unnoticed degree. The heat stored within the deck no longer rises so strongly beneath bare feet. One sailor stretches his legs, placing both palms flat upon the weathered planks behind him. The timber still feels warm, yet beneath that warmth he senses the first quiet promise of evening's return. Wood remembers the sun. Soon it will begin remembering the night. Far ahead, the broad silhouettes of sycamore figs gather along another reach of river. Between their trunks stand small shrines beside the landing, simple and quiet, watching over those who arrive from the water. The vessel remains too distant for details. Only their shape is visible, stone resting patiently beside flowing water. As it has through countless seasons, the fragrance of warm acacia timber rises softly from the hull. It mingles with damp flax rope, cool river water, sunlit clay, and the faint sweetness of distant lotus blossoms hidden beyond the reeds. None of these scents asks to dominate the others. Together they become the smell of an ordinary afternoon that will never return in quite the same way again. The bowman lifts the sounding pole. The polished wood slides silently into the river. He waits, feeling rather than forcing. When the tip touches the firm bed below, he pauses for one quiet breath before drawing it upward again. Water streams from the shaft in silver threads that sparkle briefly before returning to the Nile. The channel holds. His voice is little more than a murmur. The captain nods. The sail continues breathing. The steering oar continues listening. The current continues carrying. Nothing more is needed. Along the western sky, the sunlight slowly begins gathering richer tones within the distant cliffs. Not yet amber, only the earliest whisper that afternoon has begun its long, unhurried walk toward evening. The river knows this before anyone aboard speaks of it. Its reflections soften. Its shadows lengthen almost invisibly beneath overhanging branches. Its breeze grows gentler. The cargo vessel follows without resistance. There is comfort in trusting a river that has already found its way long before the traveler ever stepped aboard. The warmth upon the river begins to mellow with almost invisible grace. No shadow suddenly grows long. No color changes all at once. The afternoon simply rippens as quietly as grain beneath a patient sun. The Nile reflects this change before the travelers do. Its surface no longer flashes with the bright certainty of midday. Instead, every ripple holds a softer glow, turning the broad current into flowing bronze that stretches gently toward the northern horizon. The cargo vessel drifts onward. Its wake spreads behind in two delicate lines before dissolving completely into the river's own endless movement. Nothing asks to be remembered. Nothing insists on remaining. The captain lowers his gaze to the deck. A single sycamore leaf, carried by the breeze from some distant bank, has come to rest beside a coil of flax rope. Its green has already begun fading toward gold around the edges. He lifts it carefully between two fingers. The leaf weighs almost nothing. For a brief moment it travels with the boat. Then he places it gently upon the water. The current receives it without sound. Soon it drifts away, turning slowly until it becomes impossible to distinguish from the many leaves already carried by the Nile. Some companions remain for years, others for only a single breath. The river accepts both with equal kindness. Near the bow, the youngest sailor unfolds one of the woven papyrus mats kept beneath a bundle of spare linen. He shakes away a fine dusting of grain and lays it flat upon the deck to air beneath the afternoon breeze. The dry fibers release a faint grassy fragrance, warmed by the sun. He presses his hand against the mat. Its woven surface is springy yet firm, familiar beneath his palm. When night returns, it will once again become a quiet place of rest beneath the open sky. He rolls it carefully and returns it to its place. Even sleep is prepared for long before darkness arrives. The breeze freshens. It crosses the river at an angle now, carrying the clean scent of open water mixed with the heavier fragrance of damp silt lifted gently from the shallows. Farther away comes the sweeter perfume of lotus blossoms hidden among still backwaters beyond the reeds. The scents meet without competing, like currents joining beneath the surface. They become something larger than either alone. Along the western bank, a group of children guides several geese toward a patch of harvested stubble. The birds wander eagerly between the dry stalks while the children carry long reeds, using only gentle movements to keep the flock together. One child pauses to watch the passing vessel. He raises a hand, perhaps in greeting, perhaps only to shade his eyes from the lowering sun. The distance keeps his intention beautifully uncertain. The boat continues. The child returns to the geese. The afternoon continues for them both. A little farther on, a cluster of acacia trees stands upon higher ground where the annual inundation does not linger. Their twisted branches cast irregular islands of shade across the earth. Beneath them rests a pair of donkeys, ears flicking lazily against persistent flies. The only movement is the slow swaying of their tails. Stillness has many forms. Some breathe, some flow, some simply wait. The helmsman shifts his footing. The deck has become smoother beneath countless journeys, polished by bare feet and the quiet labor of many seasons. He knows each plank without looking. One board gives slightly beneath his heel. Another remains firm. His body remembers these differences before thought arrives. Familiar places eventually become part of those who move within them. The scribe reaches into his chest and removes a small lump of black ink. Holding it toward the light, he turns it slowly between his fingers, checking for cracks left by the heat. Finding none, he places it back beside the red ink cake and closes the lid. Even silence has its own forms of preparation. Far overhead, the sky remains perfectly clear, yet the light within it has changed. Blue has deepened almost imperceptibly. The brilliance surrounding the sun has softened. The valley seems wrapped in a gentler radiance, as though the day itself has begun speaking more quietly. The captain notices the first long reflections stretching from the western bank. They reach farther across the Nile than they did an hour before. Soon they will touch the eastern reeds. Later still they will disappear entirely into evening. Time reveals itself through light long before it speaks through darkness. A kingfisher darts across the bow once again. For an instant its brilliant feathers burn like a living jewel against the bronze river. Then it vanishes into the papyrus with the same effortless speed. Its absence leaves the water no emptier than before. Beauty rarely asks to remain. It simply asks to be noticed. The bowman rests both hands upon the sounding pole. There is no need to lower it yet. The current beneath the vessel feels steady. The deeper channel announces itself through quiet confidence rather than visible signs. He waits. Patience has become another tool aboard the boat. Sometimes the most skillful action is allowing the river another moment before asking it a question. The breeze carries one final gift across the deck. Very faint, almost hidden beneath the fragrance of warm timber and river water. The distant resinous sweetness of incense. Somewhere beyond unseen palms, priests continue their quiet service behind painted pylons and cool stone halls. No temple appears upon the horizon. Only its presence reaches the travelers. The sacred remains partly concealed. Perhaps that is why it feels so near. The cargo vessel glides onward beneath the slowly mellowing light. The river offers another peaceful reach. The wind remains faithful. The current remains certain. And the afternoon, without ever announcing its arrival or its passing, continues carrying every living thing gently toward the promise of evening. The first hints of evening remain almost too gentle to name. The sun still stands above the western horizon, yet its warmth has begun to gather rather than spread. The light seems less eager now, settling upon the cliffs, the palms, and the broad river with the quiet affection of an old companion who already knows the road home. The cargo vessel continues beneath the steady breath of the northerly wind. The linen sail no longer shines white. Instead, it has taken on the pale color of warm ivory, its woven fibers glowing softly whenever the sun passes through them. Every thread becomes briefly visible before blending once more into a single peaceful curve above the deck. A sailor reaches up and runs his fingers along one of the braces. The flax rope has remained dry throughout the afternoon, firm beneath his hand yet still flexible enough to answer each small movement of the sail. He adjusts nothing. There is nothing to adjust. Sometimes care consists only of confirming that harmony has not been disturbed. Along the eastern bank, basin fields stretch away from the river in orderly shapes defined by low earthen dikes. The floodwaters had long since withdrawn, leaving behind the dark, fertile silt that continues to nourish every green blade reaching toward the sky. Fresh growth covers the earth with a quiet richness. From this distance the fields resemble woven cloth laid carefully beside the Nile, each plot stitched gently to the next by narrow irrigation channels carrying borrowed water deeper into the land. A pair of oxen moves slowly across one field. Behind them walks a farmer holding the handles of a heavy wooden plough. Nothing about his pace suggests haste. Each furrow follows the last with patient precision. The earth opens quietly beneath the blade before settling again. The boat glides past. The field continues its own unhurried conversation with the season. Near the stern, one of the amphorae releases a faint, hollow sound as the hull settles over a deeper swell of current. The sailor closest to it places both hands against the clay vessel until it becomes still once more. Its mud seal remains untouched. The linen covering tied around its neck has not loosened. Satisfied, he withdraws his hands. The amphora returns to silence. Many useful actions aboard the Nile last only a few heartbeats. Yet together they carry a journey safely across many days. The breeze brings the scent of baking earth. Mud brick walls that absorb the heat of the afternoon now begin releasing it slowly back into the cooling air. The fragrance mingles with warm acacia timber, damp river water, flax rope, and the sweet breath of distant lotus hidden among sheltered pools. The valley has its own language. Sometimes it speaks through birds, sometimes through water, sometimes through nothing more than the changing perfume of the air. A line of white ibises lifts gracefully from the reeds. For several moments they fly low above the current, their reflections drifting beneath them like pale spirits moving through another world. Then, as if following an agreement older than memory, they turn together toward a marsh farther downstream. No voice commands them. No signal can be seen. Yet every wing changes direction at the same gentle instant. The youngest sailor watches until they disappear among the papyrus. There are many ways to understand order. Not all of them require words. The captain rests both hands lightly upon the worn rail beside him. The timber has been polished smooth by years of sun-dew and human touch. Tiny cracks run with the grain where countless seasons have passed across its surface. He traces one of them absent-mindedly. Wood does not resist time. It welcomes it. Each mark upon its surface is not damage, but memory made visible. The sounding pole slips quietly into the water once more. Its polished shaft disappears beneath the brown, grey current until the bowman feels the firm resistance of the riverbed. He lifts it again without haste. Droplets fall from the wood in slow succession, striking the surface with tiny circles that widen gently before vanishing into the greater flow. Nothing remains separate for long upon the Nile. Even ripples eventually remember they belong to the river. Far ahead, another cargo vessel can just be seen moving along the opposite side of the channel. Its square sail catches the lowering light exactly as this one does. The distance between them is too great for voices. Only their silent presence acknowledges one another across the broad water. For a while they share the same current. Then the widening river slowly carries each toward a different bend until one fades softly into the shimmering haze. Not every meeting asks for conversation. Some are complete with only a passing glance. The shadows beneath the date palms lengthen. They now reach almost to the river stairs, where women fill porous clay water jars before lifting them carefully against their hips. The jars leave small dark rings upon the stone where cool water has seeped gently through the clay. Within each vessel the water remains pleasantly chilled by slow evaporation through the porous walls. A child waits patiently beside the lowest step, watching tiny fish gather where droplets fall back into the Nile. No one hurries him. Even waiting has its place in the rhythm of the valley. The breeze eases, not entirely, only enough for the sail to soften slightly before filling once more. The canvas answers with a quiet sigh. The mast replies with its familiar wooden murmur. The ropes whisper overhead. Together they create a music that belongs only to working boats and faithful wind. No instrument could imitate it. The scribe closes his eyes for a single moment. He is not sleeping. He is listening to the sail, to the hull, to the water passing beneath, to the insects beginning to gather in greater numbers near the reeds as the afternoon slowly leans toward evening. Every sound has changed so gradually that none of them feels new. Yet together they announce that another hour has quietly slipped into the keeping of the Nile. The western cliffs glow with a deeper shade of gold now. Their pale faces have begun collecting amber where sunlight lingers upon ancient stone. Soon the colors will deepen again. Soon smoke will begin rising from riverside hearths. Soon the day's final boats will begin searching for familiar banks where wooden stakes can once more be driven into the welcoming earth. But that hour has not yet arrived. For now, the river continues exactly as it has for countless generations, steady beneath the hull, generous beneath the sail, carrying every traveler with the same patient certainty toward the quiet evening waiting just beyond the next gentle bend. The amber upon the western cliffs deepens so gradually that it feels less like a change of light than a quiet memory returning to stone. The sun has not yet touched the horizon. It simply lingers a little lower than before, allowing the valley to gather itself into gentler colors. The river reflects this kindness immediately. The bright bronze of the afternoon softens into flowing bands of honey and pale copper, each ripple carrying the sky downstream before surrendering it to the next. The cargo vessel moves with the confidence of something that no longer thinks about movement. Hull, current, sail, and wind have become companions rather than separate things. The water presses softly against the acacia planks. The planks answer with a low murmur that has accompanied travelers through countless seasons. No sailor aboard hears it as noise. It has long ago become another heartbeat beneath their feet. A cool breath rises from the surface of the Nile. Though the day remains warm, the river has already begun preparing for the evening that approaches from unseen hours ahead. The youngest sailor notices it first. He rubs one hand across his forearm, not from cold, but from the pleasant surprise of cooler air arriving after so many hours beneath the sun. The breeze carries with it the scent of damp reeds, fresh water, dark silk. Somewhere beyond the papyrus, unseen lotus blossoms release their sweetness more freely now that the heat has begun to ease. The valley itself seems to exhale. The captain turns toward the eastern bank. A narrow line of sycamore fig shades a small riverside landing where several fishermen have already begun preparing tomorrow's work before today's light has fully faded. One man rinses a flax net carefully in the river, lifting it section by section so the current may wash away fragments of weed caught within its knots. Another spreads the damp mesh across smooth reeds to dry before night moisture returns. Nearby, bronze fish hooks rest inside a shallow woven basket beside a bundle of spare line. Nothing is hurried. Morning is easiest for those who prepare while evening is still gentle. The cargo vessel passes slowly enough that the fishermen briefly raise their heads. No greetings are exchanged, none are needed. Both boats and nets belong to the same river. Farther along the shore, smoke begins rising from the first village hearths. The thin grey columns climb almost straight into the still air before slowly dissolving above the palms. The fragrance reaches the water only a little later. Acacia wood, warm bread, roasting onions, perhaps lentils beginning to simmer inside a clay pot. The scents drift together across the Nile until they mingle with the perfume of damp earth and river water. The oldest memories often arrive through the nose before the mind has time to recognize them. One sailor smiles without realizing why. Perhaps some forgotten evening from childhood has quietly returned with the smoke. The helmsman eases the great steering oar by no more than the width of his hand. Ahead, a pale sandbank lies just beneath the surface where the current curls gently around its hidden edge. The bow answers almost immediately, sliding back toward deeper water without disturbing the calm rhythm of the voyage. No command is spoken. The adjustment is so small that most aboard never notice it. Skill often hides itself inside movements too quiet to attract attention. A dragonfly circles above the bow once more. Its transparent wings catch the lowering sunlight, flashing briefly like polished faience before disappearing against the reeds. It hovers over the water for several breaths, then vanishes into the shelter of the papyrus, where evening insects have already begun to gather. The bowman watches the empty space where it had been. Even absence can remain beautiful when it arrives without sadness. The scribe loosens the linen covering from one of the porous water jars. He pours a small measure into a simple clay cup. The water is surprisingly cool. Hours of slow evaporation through the clay walls have guarded it from the day's heat. He drinks quietly, no more than needed. The cup is rinsed with a little water and returned beside the jar. Nothing aboard is wasted. The river gives generously. The travellers answer with care. Overhead, the sail breathes more slowly. The northerly wind has softened, though it remains faithful. The linen canvas rises and settles with long, peaceful motions, like the chest of someone resting in deep sleep. Each movement sends shifting shadows across the amphorae secured within the hold. The clay jars glow gold for a moment, then shade returns, then light again. The afternoon slowly teaches everything aboard how to become evening. A kingfisher calls from somewhere deep within the reeds. Another answers farther downstream. Between them stretches a silence so complete that even the faint drip of water from the sounding pole seems wonderfully clear. The bowman lifts it once more. The polished wood emerges shining with droplets that fall one after another into the Nile. Each tiny sound disappears almost before it is heard, not because it is small, because the river knows how to receive every voice without asking it to become louder. The western sky begins gathering deeper shades of amber now. Hints of copper appear along the upper edges of the limestone cliffs. The shadows beneath the palms lengthen until they almost reach the water itself. Soon they will. The captain knows these signs well. Before long, boats throughout the valley will begin searching for familiar banks where mooring stakes can once again be driven into soft earth before darkness settles across the floodplain. But there is no need to seek one yet. The day still offers another quiet stretch of water, another peaceful bend, another hour carried gently between sun and river. The Nile has never measured time only by light. It measures it also by returning birds, cooling stone, softening wind, rising hearth smoke, and the first quiet expectation of rest that settles unnoticed into the hearts of those who travel upon it. And so the vessel continues northward beneath the slowly ripening sky, carried by a river that asks for neither haste nor certainty, only the willingness to move with it a little farther before night finally arrives. The river begins to gather the colors of evening as quietly as it has carried every hour before it. Nothing in the valley announces the coming sunset. The change is revealed only to those who have spent enough days upon the Nile to notice that the breeze now lingers a little longer against the skin, that the shadows beneath the palms no longer remain close to their trunks, and that the water itself has begun reflecting the western sky with a deeper, gentler glow. The cargo vessel continues northward without interruption. The sail still holds the faithful northerly wind, though with a softer strength than before. Its broad linen surface rises and settles in long, unhurried breaths. Every slow movement sends a faint rustle across the rigging. Above, the ropes answer with quiet creaks that seem almost too gentle to belong to wood and flax. Yet every sailor aboard recognizes those familiar voices. A silent boat is rarely a healthy one. A living vessel always speaks softly. The captain studies the western horizon. The limestone cliffs now carry broad bands of warm amber beneath their pale crowns. The upper rock still catches bright sunlight. The lower stone has already entered evening. Light travels across the land as slowly as water travels across the valley. Neither one can be hurried. Near the bow, the youngest sailor kneels beside the mooring ropes. He loosens each heavy coil before winding it once again into broad, even circles. When the vessel reaches its resting place after sunset, every line must leave the deck freely without twisting upon itself. The rope is dry now, its flax fibers stiff from a full day beneath the Egyptian sun. By tomorrow morning, dew will have softened it once more. Everything aboard changes with the hours. Even rope remembers the passing of light. The scent drifting across the water grows richer. Cooking fires have multiplied along both banks. Bread bakes within clay ovens. Garlic and onions warm slowly above glowing embers. Here and there dried fish begins to simmer inside earthen pots with herbs and water drawn from the river earlier in the day. The smoke rises peacefully through the palms before spreading across the floodplain. By the time it reaches the boat, it no longer smells only of fire. It carries the promise of families gathering together as daylight slowly withdraws from the fields. The helmsman notices another subtle change. The river surface, so lively beneath the afternoon breeze, has begun smoothing itself into longer, calmer ribbons between small ripples. The current remains steady. Only the wind has relaxed its hand. The steering oar responds differently now. Its pressure against the water feels softer, requiring even smaller movements to guide the hull along the deeper channel. Experience teaches such lessons without words. The scribe opens one of the storage jars holding bread. He removes a single loaf and examines its crust. Dense emmer bread, baked earlier, has dried slightly during the warmth of the day. He wraps it again in linen and returns it carefully to the basket. The evening meal will wait until the boat is safely moored. Fire belongs to the river bank, never to the moving deck beneath a wooden sail. A pair of crocodiles rests motionless upon a broad sandbank warmed by the last strong sunlight. Only their eyes remain open. Only the slow rise of their breathing reveals that life still fills those ancient bodies. The boat remains well within the deeper current. No one aboard disturbs them. The crocodiles make no movement as the vessel slips quietly past. The Nile offers room for many lives when each understands its own place. A cool breath drifts over the water. The youngest sailor smiles almost without thinking. The warmth of the deck still reaches upward through the soles of his feet, while the air brushing against his face carries the first true freshness of approaching evening. For a brief moment he feels both day and night together. One slowly leaving, the other arriving, neither asking permission. Above the eastern bank, countless tiny insects begin gathering where reeds meet open water. Dragonflies weave silently among them. Farther overhead, swallows dart through the cooling air with effortless precision before disappearing toward hidden nests somewhere among the mud brick houses. The sky remains bright. Yet every creature already understands what the light has only begun to say. The bowman lowers the sounding pole once again. Its smooth timber disappears beneath the brown-grey surface. He waits patiently until the riverbed answers. Firm, deep enough. He lifts the pole. Water slips downward along the polished wood in shining threads before returning quietly to the Nile. Every measurement lasts only a moment. Its purpose remains for many miles. Far ahead, thin columns of smoke now rise from both banks of the valley. From this distance they resemble pale reeds growing upward instead of downward. The captain counts none of them. There is no need. Where smoke rises, people have reached home before darkness. Soon he too will seek a familiar stretch of bank where the cargo vessel may rest until dawn returns. Not from fear of the night, but from respect for the hidden sandbanks, quiet currents, and unseen shallows that belong to darkness more than to men. The river itself does not become dangerous after sunset. It simply becomes more difficult to read. The western sky deepens toward richer gold. The first hints of copper spread across the highest cliffs. Their reflections stretch farther upon the water than ever before, trembling gently each time the hull parts another ribbon of current. The entire valley seems wrapped in softer light now. Voices become fewer. Birdsong grows shorter. Even the breeze seems content to whisper rather than speak. The captain rests one hand upon the weathered rail. It has become cooler than it was an hour before. Acacia timber releases the day's stored warmth slowly into the evening air, like the earth, like the stone, like memory itself. Nothing in Egypt forgets the sun quickly. The vessel follows another broad reach of the Nile. Ahead, the river continues beyond sight, disappearing between distant palms, whose darkening silhouettes wait quietly beneath the lowering light. There is no sense of arrival, only the gentle certainty that another peaceful hour lies just beyond the next bend, carried faithfully by the same current that has guided travelers here for generations beyond counting. The gold upon the water slowly deepens toward copper, not because the river has changed, only because the sun now offers its light from a lower place in the sky. Every ripple accepts the gift for a brief moment before carrying it gently northward, where another reach of water waits to receive it in turn. The cargo vessel glides onward through this quiet exchange of light. Its bow parts the current with hardly more sound than a hand passing through long grass. The wake widens, softens, and disappears. Behind the boat, the Nile closes again without trace. The river remembers movement only by continuing to flow. The captain studies the banks with greater care now, not searching for danger, searching for welcome. As sunset approaches, every experienced boatman begins reading the shoreline differently. A gently sloping mud bank, firm ground above the waterline, trees that offer shelter from the night breeze without dropping heavy branches, water deep enough beside the shore to keep the hull floating safely until morning. The best resting places reveal themselves quietly to those who have learned not to hurry past them. Near the bow, the youngest sailor kneels beside two heavy wooden mooring stakes. He brushes away a thin layer of dried river dust with the palm of his hand. The wood beneath feels warm from the day's sun. Soon it will be driven once more into the soft bank, holding the vessel gently between earth and water until dawn. The stakes have served many evenings. Their rounded tops bear countless small marks from wooden mollets. Each mark is another forgotten sunset. The breeze grows lighter still. The line and sail eases into slower movements, no longer filled as firmly as before. Its great curve relaxes little by little. The older sailor watches it carefully. Not yet. There is still enough wind to carry them farther. The sail remains open. The day is not finished. Along the western bank, cattle make their slow return from the floodplain. Their hooves leave dark impressions upon the damp earth beside irrigation channels that had carried the Nile's water through cultivated fields. Behind them walk herdsmen carrying long staffs polished smooth by years of use. Dust rises only briefly before the cooler evening air allows it to settle once more. Nothing lingers unnecessarily. Even the earth knows when to become still. The fragrance upon the river changes again. The sharp sweetness of lotus fades gently beneath the richer aroma of evening meals now being prepared throughout the valley. Warm barley bread, roasted onions, garlic, the faint earthy scent of lentils cooking inside clay vessels over glowing acacia embers. The smoke no longer rises straight upward. The evening breeze carries it slowly across the Nile, where it mingles with damp reeds and cooling mud. For a brief moment, the entire valley seems to breathe with one quiet rhythm. The helmsman rests his weight lightly against the steering oar. Its pressure has become softer as the wind eases. The current now guides more than the sail. He follows rather than commands. There is comfort in allowing the river to do the work it has always known. Far overhead, the first flights of waterfowl begin crossing toward their night roosts among dense papyrus. Their wings move steadily, no hurried beating, only long, measured strokes through cooling air. The youngest sailor follows them until they disappear beyond a line of reeds already darkening in the lowering light. He wonders, without speaking, whether they return to the same place every evening. Perhaps they do. Perhaps the river itself teaches every creature where rest may be found. The scribe unties a small bundle wrapped in linen. Inside rests a polished wooden headrest. He runs his thumb across its smooth curve before placing it beside his rolled papyrus mat. There will be no need to search for it after darkness has fallen. The simplest preparations often make the night gentler. Nearby, another sailor folds his spare linen kilt with careful precision before placing it beneath a woven basket where evening dew will not reach it too soon. The deck slowly begins changing from a place of work into a place that will soon become home until sunrise. Nothing aboard announces this transformation. It simply happens one quiet object at a time. A kingfisher flashes low across the bow for what may be the final time today. Its blue feathers catch one last beam of sunlight before disappearing into reeds already touched by shadow. The captain smiles almost imperceptibly. Some companions belong only to daylight. Soon others will take their place. The western cliffs now glow with deep amber streaked by quiet copper. The pale limestone that had reflected brilliant noon now seems to hold the warmth within itself, releasing it slowly into the cooling air. The stone does not resist evening. It welcomes it with the same patience that welcomed morning. The bowman lowers the sounding pole again. The river answers, deep enough, steady, safe. He lifts it carefully. Water runs down the polished shaft in slow silver threads before falling back into the Nile with barely a whisper. Soon the pole itself will rest upon the deck until dawn asks for it again. The captain's eyes settle upon a broad stretch of gently rising shoreline ahead. A cluster of acacia trees stands above it. The bank slopes gradually into deep water. Beyond the trees, smoke rises from a small village whose evening lamps have not yet been lit. The place offers shelter, firm earth, quiet water. A familiar kindness. He says nothing. There is no need. The helmsman has already seen it. The older sailor has begun glancing toward the neatly coiled mooring ropes. The youngest sailor rests one hand upon the wooden stakes waiting beside him. No orders pass between them. Long companionship has made words unnecessary. The Nile has brought them to another evening exactly as it has brought countless travelers before. The river does not promise tomorrow. It simply carries each day faithfully until it reaches its natural place of rest. And beneath the slowly deepening sky, with the first peaceful shoreline already waiting ahead, the vessel continues forward, unhurried, allowing the final light of the Egyptian day to guide it gently toward the quiet bank where the night will soon begin. The chosen bank grows slowly larger with every quiet breath of the river. No one aboard mistakes it for urgency. The captain does not point. The helmsman does not call. The shoreline simply approaches with the same patience that has carried the vessel throughout the day, as though the Nile itself has already decided where this evening should come to rest. The sail begins to surrender more of the fading wind. Its broad linen surface no longer stands proudly against the sky. Instead, it breathes in slower, gentler motions, the cloth relaxing between the yard and the braces as the northerly breeze gradually loses the strength it had offered since morning. The older sailor watches the canvas carefully. Only when its movement tells him the moment has come does he rise. Without haste, he places both hands upon the familiar line. Another sailor joins him. Together they loosen the braces little by little. The great square sail settles downward with quiet dignity, gathering itself into soft folds against the yard. Flax rope slides across weathered wood with a dry whisper, No voice breaks the stillness. The work has been repeated through so many seasons that each movement already knows the next. With the sail furled, the current becomes the boat's patient guide. The steering oar answers every small touch from the helmsman, easing the vessel toward the gently sloping mud bank where the water remains deep enough beside the shore. The bow no longer divides the river with purpose. Now it simply glides toward rest. The youngest sailor lifts one of the wooden mooring stakes onto his shoulder. The rounded timber carries the smooth polish left by countless evenings exactly like this one. Its weight is familiar, not burdensome, only reassuring. The second stake follows. Beside them rests a wooden mallet darkened by years of use, its head carrying shallow marks where wood has met wood beneath hundreds of Egyptian sunsets. The bank rises quietly before them. Papyrus gives way to firmer earth. Beyond it stand several acacia trees whose branches cast long shadows stretching almost to the water's edge. Their leaves tremble only slightly now. The breeze has nearly become still. A fisherman working near the landing glances toward the approaching cargo vessel. He lifts one hand in quiet acknowledgement before returning to the last knots of a flax net spread across the ground. His own small papyrus skiff has already been drawn safely above the waterline. Its hull rests upon the earth as comfortably as if it had always belonged there. The cargo vessel drifts the final few cubits. The helmsman turns the great steering oar, just enough for the bow to meet the bank at the gentlest possible angle. There is no impact, only a soft sigh as damp mud accepts the timber. The youngest sailor steps barefoot into the cool shallows. The river reaches only to his ankles. Fine silt curls gently around his feet before settling again. He carries the first stake several paces above the waterline where the earth has dried enough to hold it firmly. The older sailor follows with the mallet. The first measured strike echoes softly beneath the acacia branches. Not loud, only solid. Wood enters earth. A second strike. Then another. The stake stands secure. The mooring rope passes around it in a practiced loop before returning quietly to the vessel. The stern receives the same careful attention. Another sailor carries the second stake along the bank while the helmsman keeps the hull perfectly aligned with the current. Soon the second rope is fastened. The boat settles between its two lines with barely any movement at all. The Nile continues flowing. The vessel simply chooses not to follow until morning. For a little while, river and boat become neighbors rather than companions in motion. The captain steps ashore. He presses one sandal lightly into the firm earth before removing it again. The ground is dry above the reach of the flood. Good. Should the river rise even slightly during the night, the vessel will remain secure. He nods almost imperceptibly. Nothing more needs to be said. The evening has accepted them. Around them, the valley begins its own gentle transformation. Cattle bells sound faintly from farther inland as the last animals enter their pens. Geese settle among the reeds with quiet murmurs. The insects that had hidden from the strongest heat now weave invisible paths through cooling air. From somewhere beyond the palms comes the distant resonance of a bronze sistrum. Its clear voice carries across the water, followed by the low rhythm of priests, chanting within temple walls that cannot be seen from here. The sanctuary doors are being prepared for the evening rites. The divine images will soon receive their final offerings before the shrines are sealed until dawn. The sounds reach the river softened by distance. Like everything else upon the Nile, even devotion travels gently. One by one, the sailors begin bringing simple things ashore: a woven basket, a clay brazier, several pieces of dry acacia wood gathered during an earlier stop, a water jar cooled throughout the day within its porous clay walls. Nothing unnecessary, nothing excessive. The deck grows quieter with each object removed. Already it begins to resemble the place where they will sleep beneath the stars. The youngest sailor unrolls his papyrus mat upon a patch of level ground beneath the nearest acacia. He places his wooden headrest beside it before returning to help the others. Rest, like every other task upon the Nile, is prepared with care long before it arrives. Above the western cliffs, the sun sinks lower still. Amber deepens toward bronze. Bronze begins yielding quietly to crimson along the farthest edge of the horizon. The river gathers every color without preference, carrying them all upon its patient surface. Nothing rushes toward darkness. The day simply loosens its hold, one peaceful breath at a time. The river continues, moving although the vessel no longer does. Water slips quietly past the moored hull with the same patient certainty that carried it throughout the day, brushing against the weathered acacia planks with a slow, familiar murmur. The ropes stretch gently between boat and shore, firm enough to hold, loose enough to breathe with the river's quiet rise and fall. Nothing aboard resists the stillness. The sailors remain where they are for a few unhurried moments, listening almost without intention. After a full day of movement, silence has its own gentle weight. The youngest sailor kneels beside the clay brazier. He scoops a little dry sand into its shallow bowl before arranging several short pieces of acacia wood above it. Beside the wood rests a bundle of dried palm fronds gathered earlier along the journey. They catch the evening flame easily, allowing the heavier branches to awaken slowly without sending sparks across the timber deck. Only after the brazier has been carried safely onto the firm earth does he strike stone against stone. A tiny ember appears. Another. Then a thin curl of smoke rises into the cooling air before the first quiet flame begins to breathe among the wood. Its light is modest, no higher than a man's hand. It is enough. Cooking belongs to the riverbank now. The vessel itself has become a place of rest. Nearby, another sailor untays the basket of bread. Dense loaves of emmer, baked earlier in the day, are placed upon a clean linen cloth spread across a flat stone. Beside them comes a small clay vessel holding onions and garlic, followed by dried fish that had waited patiently through the afternoon. Nothing about the meal seeks abundance. Its comfort comes from familiarity. The oldest sailor fills a cooking pot with water drawn from the porous clay jar that has remained cool throughout the day. The water falls into the vessel with a soft hollow note before sliced onions and pieces of dried fish are lowered gently inside. Soon the fragrance begins changing. The sharper scent of garlic softens. The fish releases its quiet richness. Warm steam rises slowly, joining the smoke that drifts upward through the acacia branches. The breeze carries both toward the Nile. Across the river another answer returns. More cooking fires, more evening meals. The entire valley seems linked by invisible threads of smoke floating peacefully beneath the darkening sky. The captain sits upon a smooth stone near the water's edge. He removes his sandals and lets his feet rest upon the cool earth. The day's warmth still lingers within the ground, though only faintly now. He watches the current sliding past without trying to measure its speed. The Nile never appears hurried when one is no longer traveling upon it. The river seems slower from the shore than from the deck, though it has not changed at all. Only the heart has. From somewhere beyond the palms comes the gentle rhythm of a bronze sistrum. The sound arrives softened by distance. A second follows. Then the low murmur of priests reciting evening words within stone halls hidden from sight. As the sun sinks lower, sanctuary doors are closed. The divine image receives its final offerings, and guardian lamps remain burning while the greater courts gradually surrender themselves to twilight. Nothing aboard the vessel pauses to watch. No temple can be seen from here. Yet everyone recognizes the hour. The youngest sailor quietly bows his head for a single breath before returning to the cooking pot. Reverence does not always require ceremony. Sometimes it is simply remembering where one stands. Birdsong begins to thin. The louder calls of the afternoon have faded into shorter conversations among the reeds. Geese settle upon sheltered water. Ibises choose the higher branches of nearby trees. Only the frogs seem encouraged by the coming darkness, their voices slowly weaving together until individual calls become part of one endless evening chorus. The meal is shared without hurry. Bread is broken by hand. Warm broth is poured into simple clay bowls. No one speaks very much. There is little need. The sounds of chewing, the quiet crackle of acacia wood, the steady passing of the Nile, and the distant voices of unseen wildlife leave no emptiness asking to be filled. The last edge of the sun slips behind the western cliffs. For a brief moment the valley glows with deep amber touched by crimson. The river gathers every color into itself, carrying them downstream where no eye can follow. Then the brightness softens almost immediately. The cliffs become silhouettes. The palms darken into graceful outlines against the fading sky. One by one, the first stars begin appearing above the eastern horizon. At first only a few, patient, unhurried. Then another and another. Sunsa rises with quiet dignity above the valley, while Sopdet prepares to shine more brightly as the deep blue of evening settles fully across Egypt. The imperishable stars wait higher in the northern sky, unchanged by the passing of seasons, watching over the river exactly as they watched over those who travelled it long before this evening, and as they will watch over those yet to come. The captain lifts his eyes toward them for only a moment before lowering them once again to the quiet water flowing beside the shore. The Nile continues through the darkness. The stars continue through the heavens. Neither asks the other to pause, and beneath both of them, beside a modest fire whose warmth now belongs more to memory than to flame, the travellers allow the first true hour of night to arrive as gently as the river itself. The final warmth of the brazier fades slowly into a bed of quiet embers. No one hurries to feed the fire again. Its purpose has already been fulfilled. The evening meal has become memory. The bowls have been rinsed with a little river water and placed upside down upon a flat stone, and the fragrance of bread and onions has yielded once more to the deeper sense of damp earth, cooling timber, and the living Nile. Darkness does not arrive all at once. It gathers beneath the acacia trees first, where the trunks become gentle silhouettes against the last trace of twilight. Then it settles among the papyrus, where the reeds lose their green, and become only soft movements whenever the breeze passes through them. At last it reaches the river itself. The water no longer carries the colors of the setting sun. Now it reflects only the sky. The moon has not yet climbed high enough to brighten the valley. For a little while, the stars alone accompany the current. The sailors spread their woven papyrus mats upon the level ground beside the boat. Each man places his wooden headrest at the upper edge of his mat, with the quiet precision of long habit. Linen wraps, folded throughout the warmth of the afternoon, are open now that the night air has begun to cool. The fabric feels different after sunset. What had seemed almost weightless beneath the sun now offers welcome warmth across shoulders and arms. The youngest sailor pauses before lying down. He walks once more to the edge of the water. The Nile slides past his bare feet without hesitation. It neither slows for the boat nor remembers where it has stopped. He cups a little water into his hands. It is cool enough to surprise him. For a moment he watches it flow back through his fingers. The river accepts every return without question. Across the valley, another temple completes its evening silence. The last echoes of a bronze sistrum fade into the distance. Guardian lamps remain within the outer courts, but the sanctuaries themselves now rest behind sealed doors. The final offerings have been placed. Fresh water has been poured. Incense has drifted upward through painted halls before dissolving into the same night that now stretches above the river. The gods, like the travelers, have entered quieter hours. A single sailor remains awake, not from worry, from responsibility. The night's watch belongs to him until another quietly takes his place. He settles near the bow where the mooring rope disappears into darkness before reaching the wooden stake driven firmly into the earth. Every so often he rests one hand upon the line. Its gentle tension tells him more clearly than sight that the vessel remains secure. The current presses softly against the hull. The rope answers. The earth holds. Nothing more needs to be known. The frogs have become the strongest voices of the night. Their chorus rises from irrigation canals, reed beds, and quiet pools hidden among the marshes. Between their calls comes the delicate humming of insects, the occasional whisper of wings passing overhead, and from far beyond the cultivated fields, the distant cry of a jackal moving along the desert's edge. None of these sounds disturb the silence. They are the silence. The moon finally lifts above the eastern cliffs. Its pale light spreads across the Nile in a long silver path that trembles gently with every ripple. The moored cargo vessel receives that light as quietly as it received the sun. The weathered acacia planks glow faintly. The folded sail becomes a pale shape resting against the yard. Clay jars cast soft shadows upon the deck. Every familiar object remains exactly where careful hands placed it before darkness fell. High above, Sar stands clear against the black sky. Nearby shines Sopdet. Farther north, the imperishable stars continue their endless circle, never sinking beneath the horizon, never leaving the valley without their quiet company. The watchman raises his eyes to them only once. There is comfort in seeing what remains unchanged while rivers flow, seasons turn, and travelers come and go. The embers within the brazier become fewer. One small glow fades, then another. Soon only a faint warmth remains beneath a covering of pale ash. No one rises to stir it. The night asks for darkness now. The river gives it willingly. One by one, Steady breathing replaces the small sounds of preparation. The papyrus mats no longer belong to travelers. They belong to dreams. The moored vessel rests beside the bank rests beside the current, and the current continues its ancient journey toward lands that will awaken before these travelers do. Somewhere beyond the next bend, another boat is searching for a quiet place to rest. Somewhere farther south, another sail is being folded beneath another evening sky. Somewhere in a village hidden among palms, an oil lamp still burns beside a doorway while a family finishes the last words of the day. The Nile gathers all of these moments without choosing between them. It carries each one gently into the endless rhythm that has always belonged to this valley. And while the travelers sleep beneath the stars, the river keeps moving through the darkness, patient as ever, waiting for the first pale light of dawn to touch its waters once again,